$15 to go through Manhattan. She got rid of it until after Election Day. Coincidence? Not a chance. Saks Fifth Avenue canceled famed holiday light show. The apparent cost-cutting measure. They said for Saks, it's been a challenging year. By the way, a 7-year-old girl was almost struck by an apparent stray bullet in the broad daylight. Was struck by one on Monday afternoon in a Harlem corner. I'm Brian Kinley. Listen to my show 10 to noon on 77 WABC. Visit the Talented Towers Foundation New York Minute, T2T.org. Police officer and K-9 handler Jacob Russell Chaffins was fatally shot while attempting to serve warrants for domestic violence offenses. Thanks to friends like you, the Talented Towers Foundation gave Chaffins' family the gift of a mortgage-free home. There's so much more to do to say thank you to our nation's heroes and their families for their immense sacrifices for us. Help Talented Towers lift up these heroes and their families. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org. In 2024, you get more. And Ramsey Mazda. More selection and more savings. Like a new 2024 Mazda CX-5, starting at just $29,276. Ramsey Mazda is the proud recipient of the 2023 President's Double Award. 2024cars.com Consumer Satisfaction Award. Visit RamseyMazda.com and get more in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Now, the latest from the 77 WABC newsroom.
During the noontime Rip and Read, host Curtis Sliwa was broadcasting from the Veterans Day Parade. Curtis expanding on his own patriotic feelings and revering when a prominent New Yorker helped keep the parade going.
Those who didn't vote for Donald Trump were told as Democrats, don't fly the American flag because it's the symbol of the Republican Party. Nonsense.
Yep.
Let's get started. Drive safely. Turn right on State Route 93, Grand Avenue. Then turn left.
Yep. Yep.
His pockets and said, oh no, we're going to have a Veterans Day this year and a Veterans Day parade every year after in New York City.
Curtis going on to say he's disgusted by what was going on at Columbia University's campus on Veterans Day, making a sharp comparison to when former President Dwight D. Eisenhower was the university's president.
Can you imagine now a chancellor who had been
Turn
a
left on
wartime
Phelps Avenue.
general of the United States military sitting in the seat at Columbia as Eisenhower did on this day where the anti-Semites have become anti-Americans? They're having what they call the anti-Veterans Day parade, in which they're putting American flags on the barbecue grill and they're saying, let's burn American flags. From Eisenhower to this university now, they're allowing that demonstration against the veterans to take place today on the campus of Columbia.
Listen to the Rip and Read every weekday at noon or download it as a podcast on the 77 WABC app. I'm James Flippin.
Newsmakers are on 77 WABC. The Cats Roundtable. John Catsimatidis with Senator
Let's get our country back first, and then let's help our allies.
Yep.
versus the right. Anthony Weiner on the left versus Curtis Sliwa on the right.
Donald Trump is the president now. The Justice Department is thick. He says I'm going to personally decide this stuff now.
He's going to tell the prosecutors.
On to the next one.
You are freaking out of your mind.
New Jersey, going back to Manhattan.
There was no label, so it just sat there.
Somewhere in New Jersey, going back to Manhattan. Hopefully I get a ride back. Hopefully I get a ride back.
Listen to these mini-casts and more. Download the 77 WABC. Everything you need to know in 10 minutes or less. You talk, we listen. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC. Breaking news, unique opinions. Hear it all on The Brian
Busy intersection. Busy intersection. Busy intersection.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on Broad Avenue.
ביקשתי. מה
In
ביקשתי?
1,000 feet, turn left, then turn left.
נו, באמת, מה ביקשתי? On to the next one, on to the next one. Who's in the building? Is anybody in the building?
And the reason that they're doing it is because, they want to test the new president. A president has said, he wants peace through strength. The Russians don't want peace. They want to take this, they want to annihilate Ukraine, and they want to take America down. They've got their allies. The North Koreans aren't there to do yoga, right? I mean, the North Koreans, the Iranians, and the Chinese are all in cahoots with the Russians. I call them the four horsemen of the apocalypse, to challenge American power.
Medicare beneficiaries, are you ready? Prepare for the 2025 annual enrollment period like a champ. It's time to seize control of your healthcare journey. Start today and discover the incredible range of plan options available. That may include additional benefits that are perfect for your needs. Speak with a licensed insurance agent for free, with no obligation to enroll, and get instant insights into your plan options. Don't miss this chance to make the most of your Medicare plan benefits.
Putin always escalates in the face of U.S. weakness or American weakness. And his biggest strategic victory to this point in time was that he weaponized Biden's fears of escalation. And every time the Biden administration pulled back and didn't give us what we were being promised, Putin just escalated. And he's escalating now. And this is going to be a real issue for President Trump.
Stores now.
On the front lines because they want to create facts on the ground before President Trump takes
Correct.
We're seeing 1,700 a day, between 15 and 1,700 a day. They lost the British military.
לא הבנתי, מה אתה שואל?
מצאתי את הכרטיסים של ההלסקר ושל ה-CTID.
מזל טוב, תעשה לי תמונות, נשים באיזה פולדר, כי אתה מתבגר ושוכח ונבעד לך. תעשה פולדר, עכשיו תרשום כרטיסים, קארד, ותשים את זה בפולדר. אתה יודע איך עושים פולדר? הולך לפוטו, עד פולדר, תניים אותו איזה שם. מתי הטיפול, הניתוח? מחר. אז אתה עושה צום מהיום. לא התקשרו אליך, לא, תה לא טוב, כי זה יש לו צבע. אסור, כל דבר עם צבע לא טוב.
כן?
בטח, אסור, רק מים. אפילו גם לא מים, המים רק שהביאו לך. רק המים שהביאו לך, כי תה, קפה, יש לו צבע, לא טוב. Good morning, Miguel Gonzalez. Good morning, Shelly, my dear love, Shelly. אוקיי, אני עכשיו בניו ג'רסי. On the way to Manhattan. מפגרים ההנהלה בבניין שלי. הוציאו את כל האופניים.
מהחדר אופניים?
כן. ורוצים שאנשים ישימו מדבקות, ורוצים לעשות סדר בבלגן, מה שנקרא. כל אחד יש לו מדבקה של המספר אתה יודע, מספר חנייה כאילו.
כן.
אתה צריך לחנות רק במספר חנייה שלך.
שווי אחד על השני.
כן, שיהיה, זה כמו, אתה יודע, כמו השכרת רכב או פינה, יש לך פינה משלך, אתה מבין?
כן, בטח אחד מביא עוד 10 אופניים, שם שם נהר. בטח.
יש לי אחד חשמלי ואחד של כוכבה וזהו, יש לי רק 2.
בטח רצו להגביל את האנשים בכמות האופניים שהם יכולים לשים גם.
לא, אין להגביל. אתה משלם $10, $11 בחודש, יש לך פינה. אבל אם אין מקום, אז אין מקום. כמעט 80% זה מלא. יש לי סטורג', אני גם שם את אחד אופניים בסטורג'. כי לפעמים אני חונה את האוטו בסטורג' ולקח את האופניים לפגישות עסקים, מה שנקרא.
איזה פגישה?
פגישות עסקים.
כן. אני רוצה להביא אופניים, לשים, וכאילו להזכיר $200 בזה, איך קוראים לו? בשבוע, 5 אופניים כאלה לך $1,000.
אני חשבתי, מה שטוב זה לשים אופניים עוד כאלה מול הוסטלים, אתה יודע, הוסטלים של מלונות הוסטלים, אתה שם שם.
כן, ואתה שם לה מנעול עם מספרים, אתה שומע?
מנעול עם מספרים.
ואתה רושם איזה מספר אופניים זה, אתה שומע? אתה רושם לו איזה מספר אופניים זה, וגם אתה שם לו זה, ארטג.
כן, דוחף לו ארטג. אבל העניין הוא יכול להגיד, שמתי את האופניים שם, ישלח מישהו אחר עם מספר יגנוב אותם. יגיד, אני שמתי אותם שם, עשיתי לך תמונה ששמתי, ואני לא יכול לשלוח מישהו אחר שיגנוב אותם. יש כל מיני אפשרויות, צריך ללכת להחליף את המספר כל פעם.
כן, זה מה שאתה עושה. אין אפשרות לעשות מנעול כזה מספר, אתה יכול להחליף את המספר דרך הטלפון?
יש, אבל צריך חיבור של וי-פיי או האינטרנט, או סלפון, שגם זה עולה כסף, אתה יודע.
לא, אבל ככה, בלי וי-פיי, נער.
בלי וי-פיי זה סלפון, כאילו
כמו הארטג, איך הארטג עובד בכל מקום?
כי הארטג מחובר ל-GPS.
זה גם יהיה מחובר ל-GPS.
GPS של השמיים, אתה מבין?
אז תעשו מנעול כזה, אתה מבין?
כן.
זה מגניב, לא? ככה אתה יכול להחליף כזה כמה שאתה רוצה.
יכול להיות. צריך לבדוק. ניו ג'רסי, יש בתים יפים בניו ג'רסי.
כן, כמה עולה.
אפשר, יש גם מציאות, רק צריך לשפץ אותם קצת. זה מה שנקרא פליפ.
כן. אתה זה, עכשיו יש את הזה, איך קוראים לו? אז כזה נכנס, אולי תיכנס לעסקי הפליפים.
אבל אתה לא מבין, אני צריך להיזהר, כי אני לא צריך שיהיו לי דברים רשומים על שמי, העיף אותי.
לא, תעשה את זה על שמי.
עוד אחד על שמו, אתה גם אין לך קרדיט, אין לך ניירות, אין לך כלום.
זה לא משנה, מה אתה כל כך כזה? בשביל זה לא מתקדמים, כי תמיד חופים ניירות זה. כל הישראלים בהם עושים פליפים ומצליחים, הם לא חופים על ניירות ונותנים. זה כמו אמריקאים.
אתה יודע לתקן, אתה יודע משהו, אתה תשלם לאנשים שמשפצים כספים.
ברור, ככה עושים אנשים, מה אתה חושב הישראלים? הם לשפץ, הם מביאים פועלים, ועושים את העבודה, מביאים ספנישים. איך אתה חושב ממה עושים כספים?
אני לא משקיע על שמי שום דבר.
חיים במקום 100 שנה ולא זזים, כי חושבים כמו אמריקאים מקומיים, זה לא טוב.
אני לא משקיע על שמי שום דבר, גם לא על שמך. מחר אחרתיים יעיפו אותך, תקוע עם דברים של בלי שם, בלי כתובת, בלי כלום. בגלל זה אני אומר, להוציא רישיון נהיגה, אתה לא יודע להוציא, אתה רוצה לעשות פליפים.
מה זה קשור?
זה קשור, אני אומר לך, להוציא רישיון, להוציא ID אתה לא יודע, לעשות פליפים שצריך רישיונות, אישורים, כל דבר קטן צריך אישורים מהעירייה. אתה לא יודע להוציא ID, אתה רוצה להוציא...
אני יודע להוציא, אני יודע
נו,
להוציא.
אז זה ככה 10 שנים להוציא ועדיין אתה לא מוציא את זה.
הנה, אתה יודע, עשיתי בעצמי, מה אתה מדבר שטויות?
לא, ID של ניו יורק דרייבר לייסנס ID.
מה, לך היום להוציא אותו, מה הבעיה?
נו, לך תוציא.
הם רוצים ממני פספורט, ואין לי פספורט.
זהו, זה בעיה, אין לך פספורט, אז אין לך כלום, אתה כמו...
זה לא שאני לא רוצה, אני רוצה, אבל ביבי תעשה פספורט. הקונסוליה לא רוצה להביא לי פספורט, אומרים לי תחזור לארץ, בארץ תקום את הפספורט. זה לא שאני לא רוצה, אני רוצה, אבל...
אתה צריך למצוא דרכים, לעקוף את זה, אין דבר כזה. יש אפשרויות אחרות. תבדוק את האפשרויות האחרות, זה מה שנקרא 6 נקודות.
ניסיתי, אומר לי תביא פספורט.
תדבר עם הקונסוליה, אתה צריך לדבר איתם משהו.
אחר כך אומרים לי, אתה צריך פספורט, עושים לפה חידוד זמני, ואתה צריך פספורט, אתה צריך לארץ.
זה גם בעיה.
אין לי כמה פעמים. אני לא רוצה.
נבלות בקונסוליה. תחליט את השם משפחה לשוורצנגר, הכל יהיה לך בטוח.
מה?
תחליט את השם משפחה שלך לשוורצנגר.
זה לא קשור, זה קוראים שם, אתה שמעניין את המות של המשפחה שלך, זה לא הרצון.
הכל ילך לך יופי בחיים.
איך הפריקים האלה, אתה רוצה כל גירה מרגיע 34 מיליון דולר.
תמשיך באופניים. תתחיל באופניים, תתחיל בקטן באופניים. תזכיר אופניים.
אתה יודע למה מה נראה לך בגלל בפרסילבניה? אתה יודע למה? תחקירו, אתה שומע? לא עשה לה פליפים. הוא הזכיר אותם איך שהם וכל פעם מה מתקלקל, אולי אז הוא להחמיש לתקן. היה נוסע עד שמה בשביל לתקן.
סיפור, זה זמן, כסף.
אמרת לו, מה אתה? תיתן למישהו כמה לירות שיעשה לך את העבודה, אתה נוסע עד שם, עושה לי לא, אני אוהב לטייל.
זה גם נכון, משעמם לו.
כן, לא, אבל אחרי קטע שהוא מתקן בעצמו, ולא הולך לו, הולך קונה עוד חלק, ולא הולך לו. כי אין לו את הידע המקצועי, איך עושים, הוא מאלתר כזה.
גם לא משלמים לו, הפסיקו לשלם. רואים שהוא רחוק, הפסיקו לשלם לו שכר דירה. רואים שהבן אדם בכלל לא באזור.
כן, היום אומרים לו, זה מכל, היום מקלקלים משהו, אומרים לו זה יתקלקל, אתה שומע? כל פעם מקלקלים לו משהו, אומרים לו זה יתקלקל.
גם פה בברונקס אנשים נבלות. ב5C לא בא לו לשלם כבר חודשיים, 3, הוא לא משלם ללנורד, הוא מאשים אותי כאילו אני מרעיש. אני בכלל לא מרעיש. דיברתי עם הדייר אמר, יש לו נעלי התעמלות, הוא בא, עובד של, אתה יודע, ברייזן, יש לו בן, הוא אומר, יוצא בבוקר, בא בלילה, מתקלח, הולך לישון, הוא אומר, לא מרעיש בכלל. סתם אנשים מחפשים לא לשלם, נבלות.
יצא לבעל הבית, אמרת לו את זה?
אמרתי לו, גם הלכתי לדפוק ל5C, לא רוצה לפתוח את הדלת, לא רוצה לדבר. אנשים נבלות. שם, אתה יודע, בברונקס, ספנישים שחורים, אלה שעובדים, משלמים בסדר, אבל יש כאלה שמאבדים את העבודה, אז מחפשים כל מיני קונצים, תירוצים, קונצים. זה דוד הזה שבא לנהל רחל גם את הדירות. ניסה להזכיר 3-4 דירות, פתאום לא משלמים לו, בתי משפט, הוא לא יודע, הוא בכלל מקנדה, אין לו זמן כל שני וחמישי ללכת בתי משפט, הוא החזיר את כל הדירות לבעל הבית, בהפסדים, אתה יודע.
הוא לא שילם לרחל?
לא, לרחל הוא שילם בסדר, אבל הוא ניסה, מחוץ מרחל, ניסה להזכיר עוד 4-5 דירות, כמו שעושים, להזכיר ולהזכיר שוב Airbnb. והדיירים באו, אתה יודע, חוקים של 30 יום, מבינים את החוקים, שרים 30 יום, אומרים לו, טוב, אנחנו אחרי 30 יום, תלך לבית משפט, מה בית משפט? הוא התקשר ללנולד, אמר אני עוזב, שבור את הראש אתה עם הדיירים שלא רוצים לצאת.
כן, מי זה היה? קנדי?
כן. אומר בלגן, דיירים עכשיו, וכל המהגרים מכירים את כל החוקים.
כן, אומרים לה, מה אתה עושה? יום אחד היה לי איזה לקוח, מוכר תכשיטים, אתה שומע? יום אחד עובד עם סכימת לו מהתכשיטים, מה הוא עשה? הוא הזכיר לזה, היה לו כסף, הוא הזכיר בניין כזה, ועשה אותו, איך קוראים לו, חדרים קטנים קטנים, וכל חדר היה מזכיר $600 לחודש, ספנישים. אתה יודע, אלה שעובדים כל מיני ספנישים כאלה.
כן.
אז אמרתי לו, אתה תוכל אותה, תוך שנייה הם לא ישלמו לך, אחרי חודשיים לא ישלמו לך, ואתה לא תוכל אפילו להעיף אותם.
כן, חכמים, לא טיפשים, נראה לך קטנים, טיפשים.
ואני שאלתי אותו, ואת כל השינויים שעשית בבניין, עשית את זה עם רישיונות מהעירייה, וזה אומר לי, לא, פשוט ככה, הבאתי פועלים עשו בזה, לא צריך רישיון.
כל דבר קטן צריך רישיון. כל דבר קטן צריך רישיון.
אמרתי לו, בטח אתה נותן בקבס, בודק אותך, גז בודקים אותך, כל מיני רישיונות של משרד הבינוי בודקים אותך. איזה קטעים. בסוף באמת לא שילמו לו שום דבר, וזה עזב את הכל, הפסיד כמה מיליונים של דולרים שם, שהשקיע בנייה של הבניין.
וזה אני נמנע מלהיכנס כל מיני דברים כאלה. אז...
ועד הם גרים שם חינם.
אתה רואה?
אמרת תתקצר למיגריישן, ויבוא יעיפו את כולם בבקר.
לא, הם לא מעיפים, מעיפים רק אנשים שיש להם עבר, אנשים שזה... אתה יכול להיות פה 100 שנה בלי בעיות, בסדר, אבל אנשים שמספחים עם החוק האלה, שמים דגש על אלה קודם כל.
על אלה עבריינים וזה.
כן, שמים דגש...
רק אמר, לא אכפת לי שיבואו לפה אנשים. זה שיבואו, אבל שיבואו חוקי.
כמובן, אבל אתה יודע להגיע חוקי. צריך לשלם לאנשים שיוציאו לך ויזה, צריך להוכיח שתוכל לשרוד פה, שיש לך קשרים, שיש לך איפה ללכת לישון, שיש לך כסף, יש לך זה, יש לך זה.
הוא אומר, באים לי פה כל מיני עבריינים, רוצחים, עושים פה בלגנים, אין עליהם שום פיקוח.
יום אחד הוא אמר, למה לא באות לפה בלונדות, בלו אייז? גם כל השחורים באים.
אלה לא רוצים את המדינות שלהם, אתה יודע למה?
יש להם שם גן העדן, הכל משולם להם שם.
הכל משולם להם שם, מה אני צריכה לעבוד פה בזה?
הייתה לי דיירת אחת משוודיה, באה לבקר כמה ימים, אמרת לה, נו, את אוהבת ניו יורק, שערי פה, אמרת לי, אתה נורמלי? יש לי שם הכל, מה אני אעשה, מה יש לי?
טיפול שיניים, טיפול רפואי, הכל משולם. לימודים, חינוך. לאיפה הייתה הדיירת הזאת?
שוודיה.
זה אותו סקנדינביה, אתה יודע שעשינו.
כן.
וזה כל הערבים הלכו לשם, הכל משולם להם שם.
לא, אבל יש עכשיו ראש מדינה חדשה, איזה בלונדה יפה אחת בשוודיה, עשתה אתמול רעיון בטלוויזיה, אומרת, הודעה לכל המוסלמים, תתאקלמו לסטייל שלנו, שפה, תרבות, הכל וזה, מתאים לכם טוב, לא מתאים לכם, אתם לא יכולים להישאר. היא לא רוצה שעריה, לא רוצה כל הדברים האלה. אומרת שאתם באים לפה, תתאקלמו, אתם לא יודעים להתאקלם, אין מקום.
יש לעשות את זה גם באמריקה.
איך תדע, באמריקה יש לך
באמריקה פחות יותר מתאקלמים פה לפי הסטייל המקומי, לא?
איזה מתאקלמים, אתה לא רואה?
אבל מתחילים להשתנות, אתה מבין?
אנחנו מתאקלמים. לא מתאקלמים, אתה לא רואה את כל ההפגנות, פרי פלסטיין.
זה מה שאני אומר, הם מתחילים להשתנות. נראה לי קצת רק משנה את זה, יגיד, אסור להניף כללים של פלסטיין, של אייסיס, דברים כאלה.
הגשר הזה, ג'ורג' וושינגטון ברידג', כזה גשר, יש אלפי משאיות, ותראה לך איזה משקל יש למשאיות ועוד טונות של בפנים, של סחורות. איך הגשר הזה מחזיק את כל הדברים האלה, אלפי טונות באוויר, זה משהו.
זה שום דבר, מה תגיד על הגשרים? מנהטן, ברוקלין, קווינס, שכל הזמן עוברים עליהם רכבות.
עוד רכבות.
אתה יודע, כל רכבת, יש לה 11 קרונות, אתה יודע איזה כבד זה כל קרון?
רק הגלגלים שלהם, זה טונה כל אחד.
אלפי טונות כל רכבת.
היא.
אתה יודע, הם עוברים, אפילו הגשר לא רואה את זה, הם עוברים.
בתנודות, כל הזמן בתנודות.
אתה יודע, גשרים כל הזמן עובדים עליהם מסביב לשנה.
כן, מתחלדים, צריכים לסבע אותם, מתחלדים.
מחזקים ברקים, מתחלדים וזה. אני חושב יש על הגשר סנסורים שאומר להם איפה כל בורק משתחרר, איפה זה. אבל הפעם לא ראיתי פועלים על הגשרים.
פועלים בלתי נראים. נראה אותם פה ושם.
אם אני רואה פועלים, אני רואה אותם יושבים אוכלים.
אתה יודע כמה ביליונים לג'ורג' וושינגטון, הלינקן טאנל, ההולנד טאנל. תעשה חשבון 300,000, 500,000 מכוניות כפול 15 כל אחד, תראה כמה יוצא לך. $15, 500,000 מכוניות, משאיות זה בכלל פי 2-3. משאיות משלמים $40-50 לכל פעם שנכנסים ויוצאים.
אם זה למנהג?
נהג החברה,
נהג נראה לי בחיים לא ישנים.
בסוף הכל הולך לצרכן. בסוף הכל הולך לצרכן, דוחפים את זה לצרכן באיזשהו.
הכל, אתה יודע מה זה לתחזק גשר, לתחזק זה. חתיכת החזקה. רגע, כמה אמרת אנשים?
תרשום ChatGPT, כמה מכוניות עוברים בדוגמה בג'ורג' וושינגטון ברידג'.
נגיד 500.
תרשום כמה כסף ג'ורג' וושינגטון ברידג' generate a day.
אם עוברים 100,000 מכוניות ביום, $1,500,000.
זה הרבה יותר.
לפי 100,000 מכוניות, לפי $15 כל מכונית. כל כניסה. רגע, ואם אתה, כשאתה יוצא ממנהטן, אתה משלם?
כנראה שלא. יש מקומות שכן, יש מקומות שלא.
או שגם שיוצא וגם שנכנס. כשנכנסים תמיד משלמים, לא?
כן.
כשיוצאים ממנהטן.
לא חושב שיוצאים.
ומה עם הגודש? רצו לעשות גודש? תשלום לפי גודש.
רוצים גם במנהטן, אם אתה בא ברחוב 60. אם אתה נכנס, גם בתוך מנהטן, אתה נכנס לרחוב 60, רוצים לדחוף לך גם איזה טוב.
שמעתי הגוברנר ביטלה את זה.
ביטלה את זה, אבל עכשיו היא רוצה להחזיר.
להחזיר?
היא ביטלה ככה לראות נחמדה לדמוקרט וזה, אבל כשהדמוקרט הפסידו, אז היא רוצה להחזיר את זה. אולי טראמפ יבטל את זה באיזשהו שלב.
נראה לי טראמפ הוא לא אוהב בכל מיני תשלומים כאלה.
כן, they want the papers. ה-MTA כמו מאפיה, קוראים להם money taking agency.
איזה ראשי תיבות. רגע, הם מתקשרים מהמטרופוליטן.
Sunshine, where's your sunshine, my dear? No sunshine, we love you, love you.
NYPD trying to figure out what happened to a man found dead on the beach of Ocean
Continue
Island.
straight for 15 minutes to West 24th Street.
Parks Department worker.
This is
second time I've heard of a body here in Coney Island. It's a bit disturbing. My heart goes out to the family.
You definitely got to be vigilant and observant when you're out here at any time of the day.
The medical examiner has yet to determine a cause of death. Suffolk County police searching the woods for 23-year-old Rocky Point man. They say stabbed his father to death over the weekend. There's no sign of Matthew's home, and that has his neighbors worried.
Oh, I'm nervous. You know, I still at night now. I still look, you know, to see if maybe they'll come back.
Police not sure what led up to that deadly encounter. 11:01 now. Let's head over to the 77 WABC Sports Desk and Justin Allen. Thank you. No Late in Sports is not sponsored by P. Morgan and Coolers Boilers anymore. You could anyway, just give them a preview. Exactly. We're on the NBA hardwood here in New Orleans, where Cam Thomas scored 10 of his 17 points in the fourth quarter, including a three-pointer for the lead in the final minute. And the Nets defeated the Pelicans 107-105 to extend New Orleans' losing streak to 5 games and move the Nets' own season record to 5-6 overall. Up next for Brooklyn, they'll host Boston Celtics tomorrow night. As for the Knicks, they're back out there tonight in Philly, getting set for a 7:30 p.m. tip-off against the Sixers. You'll actually get you on the ice, but you'll get your NHL fix tonight in the form of a local doubleheader at 7 p.m. The Rangers will get going at home against the Winnipeg Jets before the Devils drop a 7:30 p.m. puck down in Florida against the Panthers, and the Islanders will a 9 p.m. nightcap up in Edmonton against the Oilers. And finally here on Monday Night Football, the Miami Dolphins mostly put it all together for a great 23-15 victory over the Rams in Los Angeles. Miami moves to 3-6, and the Rams are 4-5 on the season. That's Sports Gnome, and I'm Justin Allen on 77 WABC. About a third of the 43 monkeys that escaped from South Carolina research facility last week, they're still on the loose this morning. The 30 monkeys that have been recovered are reportedly all in very good health. Authorities have been using food to lure the fugitive monkey into traps, and so far some of them still out there. Your forecast from the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center: sunshine, cooler than it has been this afternoon.
Sunshine.
And then Wednesday, sunny, high 50. It is 51 and sunny outside of Midtown Studios right now.
Sunshine. Are you my sunshine?
WABCRadio.com.
You know what?
Are you my sunshine?
You know that walking can
Only
also benefit your
sunshine.
community? Join AARP
Delivery.
New York for our Taking It to the Street, improving pedestrian safety campaign.
Bule, 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 bule,
Walking
bule.
streets in your neighborhood and noting unsafe intersections.
Bule, 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 bule.
Eli, or 5 others.
For more information and help us advocate for safer streets. Taking it to the street.
Bule, 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 bule.
At aarp.org/NYC.
American Diabetes Month. Listen as 77 WABC continues to raise awareness. It's our chance to show the world what life with diabetes is really like and provide ways to manage it.
People without medication for type 2 diabetes.
Turn right on Broadway.
Risk. It's time to get
Bule, 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 bule.
all of those around us are aware of their risk too. Give a hope for a cure. WABC cares. From the Hudson Valley.
Just ahead, turn right on West 126th Street. Reported ahead.
Here's Brian Kilby with the talk of New York.
11 o'clock hour here on Talk Radio 77 WABC. Thanks so much for listening. Our chance to talk about what's happening locally. First, Donald Trump has tapped the gubernatorial candidate, 4-time congressman, great guy, Congressman Lee Zeldin to lead the EPA.
Bule, 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 bule.
Former president, I am pleased to announce the highly respected former Congressman Lee Zeldin will be appointed the Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Lee, with a very strong legal background, has been a true fighter for America First policies. He'll ensure fair and swift deregulatory decisions that will be enacted to unleash the power of American businesses. Get that natural gas out now. That natural gas out. Get it to our allies. Give us a substitute for the Russian gas.
Yep, 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 yep.
From New York, we're reportedly meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog.
Yep, 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 yep.
Chicago, after business to former the soon-to-be former President of the United States Biden. Next Fifth Avenue, cancel the famed holiday light show.
Delivery.
Cutting measure. Congestion pricing coming back to New York City. Gotta be kidding me. Kathy Hochul put it on pause, shocked a lot of people, but please more. And now those blue-collar workers, the firefighters, people that deliver bread to
Delivery.
supermarkets, we're all gonna have to be hit by $15.
Charlie Choo Choo train, Charlie Choo Choo train, train number 1.
From us, you ever see tax.
Charlie
You ever see the tolls you pay just to get into a tunnel? Amazing that she's going to do this right after the election, but I should not really be surprised. Veterans Day Monday, 20,000 turned out in the city to salute our vets on Fifth Avenue. 150 vehicles, 25 floats, 20,000 participants, as I mentioned. Brian Kilmeade.
That's Brian Kilmeade's Talk of New York on 77 WABC. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
It's my dear love Sally Scorpio, we love you long time.
From high atop Fox News headquarters in New York City. Always seeking solutions, never sowing decision. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everyone. Really exciting time 1 week ago today, the biggest election. I guess I think outcome, biggest surprise to more people than any time in American history. You have people that would say, oh, you know what, I hope Trump wins, or I hope Harris wins, or Trump's going to get killed, but the biggest, the greatest insider did not know the outcome of this election. And man, was everybody off big time because it was really never in doubt. Not only did the blue wall fall, every battleground state fell, the Senate flipped, and it looks like the House will hold. We don't know that for sure, but there's no scenario where I hear that the House won't. With us this hour, Ian Brera, president and founder of the Eurasia Group. You want to get a hold of the conflicts in this world and find out where they're heading. He's where to go. And with me in studio is Fox great Steve Hilton. And he just might be running for governor out in California. He was served as director of strategy for Prime Minister David Cameron. And Steve, I don't want to name drop, but in your very seat a week ago, Boris Johnson. Oh, you had Boris. How did he go back? He's great. I think it was the real guy. Insane that they got rid of him. I couldn't follow why they got rid of him. Because he had a party that he denied or something like that. I mean, the whole thing was ridiculous. By the way, the most ridiculous thing, because Boris is a great guy, and he's a freedom-loving guy. And the thing I couldn't understand is why
Insane in the
he,
brain.
in the UK, led probably one of the most insane lockdown policies in any country. It was like worse than what we had in California.
Insane in the brain. I'm gonna go coffee break. I'll be back. I'll be back. Yep. Delivery.
Seriously, that's what's so fantastic about this result, because it's such a repudiation of all of that, and it shows them up so massively. Of course, they should apologize, but I mean, look at they won Pulitzers for their lives about the Russians. They haven't handed them back. I mean, these people have no shame.
I mean, I knew that we're in a parallel universe. When Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize, he did nothing. He had the job for 3 weeks for not being George Bush. Wait a second. What are you talking about? He had to wait himself, and he said, for what? What did I do? He did nothing. He didn't bring peace. In fact, he didn't do anything. He took our troops out of Iraq, and then we got ISIS.
Yeah. Do you remember that movie, Wag the Dog?
Yeah.
My favorite line in the whole movie, where he gets the Nobel Prize. The character gets the Nobel Prize for this made-up war that they literally manufactured to help his political career. And it's the Robert De Niro character. They said he got the Nobel Prize, and the one said, well, he didn't. There wasn't a war. He said, all the greater the accomplishment.
Right. I got all these lines. So here's the debate. No doubt, Tom Homan being named first. Oh yeah, so much. Here's Tom Homan on his approach to being the border czar. I have heard from people that he was offered.
Harlem, one train.
I only want the border. But the HHS secretary is going to answer to him, cut you.
One train, Harlem. 125th Street. Henry Hudson Park. Henry Hudson Park. Henry Hudson Park. Who's in the building? Is anybody in the building? Who's represented? Who's in the building? Who's in the building? Bus.
Texas Border Patrol. People who are going to retire or not, and everyone is happy. He told me at the shop that people want to come back to work.
Bus.
The most fantastic news, I think, again, is something that is not at all surprising. I mean, Homan's great. I've known well since so many times over the years. He's so strong and clear, and all he's doing is saying we're going to enforce the law. That's all that he said. So it's amazing that is even something that's controversial. Delusional, arrogant, and well, let's put words to tell her story. Cut three.
Bule. U.S. citizen.
Aliens in the federal prison system for it to be mass deportation. What it means is grandmothers. What it means is brothers and aunts. What it means is abuelos.
Bule. Shelly, my dear love, Shelly, my dear love. Sally Scapio, my dear love, Sally
Scoot
Scapio.
around and you're about to find out.
It's so offensive. It's an insult to the intelligence. I mean, look, first of all, the point that's made in terms of the prioritization is just so clear and incontrovertible, which is like, let's take the violent criminals, the gangbangers.
As well again. Can we do that?
Yep.
Grandmothers.
Delivery.
And then the fact that you've already got over 1 million, I mean, I don't know the exact numbers, but like people have already
Bus.
had deportation orders right there, and they're just not being deported for various reasons. They've been through the system, they've been through the process. And so to conflate that and turn and to use this kind of emotional kind of like exploitative and cynical language in order to whip up fear and hate, it is kind of disgusting.
Well, I'll put it this way, just in terms of numbers, the Hispanic vote, it was like 44 in 2020. Pre-Trump was there, the Republicans were
Bule.
like 44. Post-Trump, it's 10.
Yeah. עכשיו פונה אליי?
Highway 47 now is
מי זה עכשיו בא אליי?
Dems by at 80 was Dems by 87.
Who is?
Now it's down to 72. So you start making inroads with minorities, along with keeping the message straight. It'll level the playing field for everyone. We're not going to pander to you, but we're going to remove any barriers that may remain that stop you from reaching your potential, whatever that is, 100%. And that story of the American dream, that's what people want. And they don't want all this other crap. And that's why I have to say that particular aspect of this is what makes me so excited and optimistic about California. We are the most Latino state in the whole country. Latinos are the largest group now in California, 40%. 35% white, 15% Asian, 5% black. The largest group. Look at the future of California. 56% of kids in public school are Latino in California. So this movement towards Republicans, if we can stay on this same, what I used to call positive populism, upward mobility, that is the future. That's how we win back California. A few more minutes with Steve Hilton, where he reveals to us whether he's running for governor. Brian Kilmeade Show.
It's Brian Kilmeade on Talk Radio 77 W.
Come and gone. It doesn't matter if you're in reasonably good health. You can apply anytime and save 30 to 60% of Obamacare rates without any penalties. Stop giving thousands of dollars to government-sponsored insurance companies only to pay high deductibles with limited networks. American medical plans have absolutely no deductibles and zero copay for doctor visits. Couples under 65 are saving $500 to $1,000 a month with better coverage. So you owe it to yourself to see if you qualify for a health coverage plan that dramatically saves you money with better coverage. So just call American Medical Plans at 833-500-PLAN. That's 833-500-7526.
Moment like this, moment like that.
That's American Plans with an S. AmericanMedicalPlans.com. You'll customize a plan chosen and managed by you, not the government. AmericanMedicalPlans.com. Yo, 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 Dad is in the house.
Yo, yo, yo.
What do you call the NordVPN?
Yo, 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 Debbie in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo.
Black Friday, get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN is rated as outstanding on PC. Just visit NordVPN.com and discover the benefits of this all-around cybersecurity tool. It will encrypt your online traffic.
Yo, yo, yo.
Threat Protection Pro Tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. So improve your digital privacy and protection with one simple click. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com.
Yo, yo, yo.
NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
The Staten Island law firm of Julia Gentili, helping people just like you for over 39 years. Call today.
Moment like this.
718-0005. 718-816-0005. AGLawNYC.com.
Take action.
Julian Gentili. Walk with confidence.
Every weekday in the 9 a.m. hour. Listen to Sid and Friends in the Morning. Listen for more Sid. Listen for more entertaining and informative opinions. Sponsored by Peerless Boiler, the world's best built boiler on 77 WABC, the crown jewel of talk radio. Heard worldwide in 173 countries and all 50 states. WABC is committed to live and local radio 24 hours a day.
WABC.
What 77 WABC can do for you and your business. Call 929-552-7175 and advertise with 77 WABC.
WABC.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy? That problem wouldn't be so problematic. K equals 42. Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use
Columbia
ZipRecruiter.
University.
Right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of
WABC.
hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Assistance.
ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Campus Access Assistance.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, more time online, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. But LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick
Chica
provides
chica,
single
chica
molded
chica,
vapor
chica
in an easy
chica.
supply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use
Bule
it to comfort myself
bule bule bule.
and my
Bule
family.
bule.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapor Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole day. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapor Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapor Stick for usage is 4 and out. Vapor Shower Max just for adults only.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Bule 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 bule.
The fastest 3 hours in radio. You're with Brian Kilmeade.
Yo yo yo.
Welcome back. So,
Be safe,
are
Sally.
you thinking about
Sally
running
Scapio,
for the
be
Republican
safe.
nomination and run for governor of
We love
California?
you more.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. How close are you? Well, it's 2026. I've been working on a whole bunch of policy areas because everything that the we've had this one-party rule for nearly 20 years now in California, and it's a total failure on every front. So I set up this organization about a year ago called Golden Together. We've been publishing policy reports, how we fix the business climate, which is the worst in America, unbelievably. California should be the best. You know, our water situation is a nightmare for the farmers. So, you know, we've been going through the issues. There's still more of that to do. You know, we're just, you know, seeing what the landscape is after this election. So there's still, there's still a while to go. So I haven't made a final decision.
Anything about the proposition, success or failure, make you think that California is more ready for a Republican?
Yeah, I definitely think that. I think the ingredients are there. It feels like the tide is turning. Obviously, a lot of coverage of the
Spanish.
big crime proposition, Prop 36, reversing most of the negative consequences of Prop 47, which was pushed through when Kamala was the state AG, but actually less high profile. But there were some of the other ones on limiting tax increases, on rent control, on the minimum wage, on a whole bunch of these statewide measures. What you could call the Republican position won a majority. And also, if you look below the kind of top of the ticket, you look at how they kicked out the mayor of San Francisco, the mayor of Oakland, the DA in Alameda County, where Oakland is, of course, George Gascon in LA. You look at the fact that the Democrats said their path to taking back the House majority was the California congressional seats. Most of those Republicans are going to hold, and we're probably going to win at least one more. So right across the board, there's a really great story in Huntington Beach, one of our great surf city, USA. A couple of years ago, that was a 6-1 Democrat majority on the city council. A friend of mine a couple of years ago led a group to take control. It was 4-3. They immediately started bringing in common sense Republican policies on crime and homelessness and whatever. Guess what happened last week? 7-0. They flipped the whole thing. Total Republican control.
Paving the way for Governor Steve
It's changing.
I'm thinking, right now, Steve, we miss you here, but I'd love to see you out there. Thanks.
All right. See you later.
An American original. Talk Radio 77 WABC and WABCRadio.com.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. Welcome to Talk the Towers Foundation, New York.
אמרו לך איזה שעה?
אנחנו שמו ב9 בבוקר.
איך תגיע לשם 9 בבוקר? צריך לקום ב7. זה שעה, שעתיים לטיפול.
מה?
בסביבות 11, 12 שחררו אותך.
כן.
שחרר בערבות.
הוא אמר לי מותר לשתות כוס תה.
כן, אבל אחר כך יגידו לך, הצבע, עדיף להימנע. אני רוצה רק מים חמים, אני לא יודע. כן. פעם שתיתי תה, קפה, ביטלו לי גם. אמרו לי, אסור שום דבר. אפילו לא מיץ תפוחים, אסור שום דבר עם צבע. אפילו לא מיץ תפוחים, אסור שום דבר עם צבע, הם אומרים.
אז אתה אומר, אמרו לי, יש לי פה ספר, אמרו לי, זה... מה מה מותר מה?
כן, אבל אומרים ששתייה עם צבע זה מפריע להם לראות.
אפל ג'וס מותר. טי מותר. זה מותר, אבל טי זה כן עליו. ארטיק מותר.
ארטיק?
מותר ווטר, קליר ג'וס, סודה, ספורט, דרינק, פלנטי.
שאל את צ'אט GPT הכי טוב.
אני רשום לי פה מה זה הרופא הביא לי, מה אתה ציפיתי? פלנטי, בלק קופי, קליר פרוט.
נדבר איתך אחר כך, יש משטרה. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. The tiny cow. The tiny cow, no pumpkin, small. Tiny cow. Fiat so cute. Fiat 500, so cute. I used to have one of this car. They're really good car. They're tiny.
He's going to close the border. Trust me on this. He will close the border, and he will deport criminals. We will cut taxes. We will deregulate the business sector. Make it a lot easier for small business in particular.
Bulle.
I think if it is $2 a gallon of gas, it will keep the dollars and world reserve currency. Clean up the crime wave.
Chipotle. Barbershop. Chipotle. Do you know Chipotle? Where is Chipotle? Chic Shack, Chipotle. Chick-fil-A. Chic Shack, Chipotle, Chick-fil-A, Starbucks, TD Bank. מה ביקשתי? בולה. End of the vacation. That's all. Everyone. Everyone's all. Do you know חברת סול?
Head to your pickup on Broadway.
347
Let's take Broadway Manhattan.
Petco food, Petco pets. Where is
You've
Petco?
arrived at your destination.
Petco.
Some countries clearly much happier
This, how you doing?
Don't really agree with me on this, but
Tiffany, eh? Do you have the lucky number?
Yes, give me 1 second.
Sure. Okay.
Turn right. In 400 feet, turn right on West Bend Avenue. Turn right on West Bend Avenue.
grants to help water systems, produce water and to make them more modern and upgraded. Also to guarding against cyber attacks. That's kind of a new thing I've written about. That the water systems are the target of cyber attacks because people can and that call, Leslie, thank you, was not so much about climate, obviously, but it reminds me that when we talk about environmental policy beyond climate, what Trump does say, even as he emphasizes the importance of drilling for fossil fuels and downplays risks from climate change, he says, I'm for, absolutely pure air and crystal clear water. But he rolled out a lot of kinds of environmental policies the first time he was president. So, do you have any sense yet of how he's going to try to make it look to the country like he really is for clean air and clean water? That's a good question. He did roll back, more than 100 environmental regulations, and not all of them are climate. A lot of them are just, old-fashioned clean air, clean water. And there's been a huge fight about the Clean Water Act. They use the interesting acronym WOTUS, meaning Waters of the United States. And it's basically a law that clean navigable water can be regulated by the federal government. And Republicans have tried to argue that that really ties up farming and all kinds of problems. And that case is on to the Supreme Court a couple
In
of times.
900 feet, use the left lane to turn left on West 96th Street.
Trump administration seems like they could maybe round back that clean water regulations. And that's going to be a big fight upcoming. And I think your listeners are going to be expected to hear about. I think when he says he wants clean water, I think the facts don't really bear that out. Do you see Zeldin anything in his record, or Trump for that matter, anything in his who support Harris themselves or may now see that the U.S. still has a glass ceiling for women in the presidency, if that's how they're experiencing it. So anything like that. And for Trump voters too, if you voted for him, maybe you don't think he's role model material, maybe in many ways. How do you explain that disconnect? We've certainly heard from and heard about many voters who say, yeah, you know, I don't really like this person.
good. The next block, yeah.
You've arrived at your destination.
They know they're home. They know they're getting home. They sense. They say, finally I got home. Here we go. Home sweet home. Don't forget the tiger. You're welcome. Have a good day. So white, like a snowboard.
Yeah.
Welcome. Delivery. Delivery. Bayam, bayam. Bayam, bayam.
Depot to get these containers, or can I go to my local hardware store? Because I really want to fuel the economy locally.
Well, if you can for now, until between today, which is the first day that you need to put those plastic bags into a canister, a sealed canister. You can have your own trash bin up until January 1st. After January 1st, you have to have the certified sanitation department trash bin, or you will be fined.
Now let me get this straight. So I have, because remember, I'm running the house that my mom and dad had out on 89th and J in Canarsie. That's right. Guardian Angel headquarters. So we have to do all the maintenance, put out the cans. You got the recycling, right? Composting.
You're composting now too, right?
I've been composting since I was a kid. My grandfather, Fidel Bianchino, he says, dig a hole right out there in the garden. Because remember, Italians, no grass. Southern Italians, all dirt. And you would bury all the scraps in the dirt garden.
Like what? Like banana peels?
Everything that would be considered biodegradable.
Oh, okay.
That would help the nutrients in the soil. So the tomato plants, the fig trees, the basnakol, the parsley could grow. In the meantime, at night, then the rats would come and dig it out, or the cats would come and dig it out, and my grandfather would be cursing up a storm in the morning. Right. So we did composting the old-fashioned way. And sometimes he'd bring in ukavat, the horse manure, to fertilize, okay? So that's how you grew the fig tree. Because remember, my grandfather, Fidel Bianchino, would say, "Wanyam," which means child. If the fig tree does not produce figs in the spring, we move. And so all winter long, he would be taking mattresses. He would take tar paper from the roof. He would burn, cans of all kinds of wood to keep it above freezing. Because back then, before global warming and climate change, we would get days in which it would be 20 degrees below zero.
Yeah, right.
The figs had to produce. They could not be impotent. The fig tree.
Ross, were you the only people in all of New York City, I was going to say just Canarsie, that actually had your own fig tree in the backyard?
Oh, hell no. All Southern Italians.
Really? And you got figs off these trees?
Absolutely, because if the fig tree had become impotent, we had to move. That was the lure of the Barese people, the Calabrese, the Napolitano, the Siciliano. And plus, they had the grapes, for the wine.
Right.
So there was a lot of stuff going on.
Oh my God, that is a lot to go on. Not a pressure on a young kid, Curtis Cleveland.
There was a garbage can for everything. Everything went into that garbage can, right? So now you got multiple garbage cans. So many garbage cans, you got more cans than you need. But for the first time, this by saying there's only one can, it's got to have our logo on it.
Yeah.
And by the way, you got to buy it from us. You can't go to an independent entrepreneur like the local hardware store. We want to fuel the economy, in the neighborhood. Home Depot can't buy it from them, can you?
You cannot. And I asked the sanitation department about this because I thought the same thing. Why can't I go anywhere and buy this can? Well, they say they negotiated a deal with this trash can bin company in North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina. So there were no companies in New York that could do this, right?
There may not be a company that makes trash cans in New York. I don't know.
Hey, schmuck butts.
Right.
It's plenty of companies.
Are they that make trash cans?
But in North Carolina, you could get a kickback on a contract. You understand?
Right.
Because it's out of sight, out of mind. So a no-bid contract with a North Carolina company in order to get garbage cans that nobody needs. So that means if I have perfectly good garbage cans with secure lids, by January 1st, they're giving me, what is that?
Like a month and a half.
A month and a half. They're going to hit you with fines. How much?
It'll start at $50 and go up to $200.
Oh, yeah. I see. So this is another way of raising revenue, and then there'll be quotas on it. And what happens when your cans are stolen? Because some of your neighbors are going to steal your cans.
Great question.
Well, of course, this is New York.
Bulle. Bulle.
So there's got to be a percentage built in that you have a contract with this North Carolina company through Eric Adams, right? And remember, Eric Adams, show me the money. That's what it's all about. Show me the money.
Show me the money. That's
So
what
you
it's
have
all
a
about.
you got to
Show
only
me the
buy through
money.
the city. First time this has ever happened.
Yeah.
You
Money,
can't
no
go
money.
through a do a capitalistic thing and price compare.
Well, you can price compare.
Bule,
Thanks to them.
bule,
I did go
bule,
online and I've compared the can
Show
that they're
me the
offering
money.
up to like Home Depot and the other,
Money, no
outlets,
money.
and their can was a lot cheaper.
Show me the
So
money.
even if I went to a Home Depot to get a can, I have to have the city logo on it, which requires that I must go through the city.
That's
so
right.
even if I had the Home Depot can,
Right.
I'd still get fined.
You would.
What a ripoff. What a shakedown. What extortion. And this guy, who is under indictment for all kinds of kickbacks on contracts, thinks he's going to get away with this scam, huh?
Well, what is the scam? Have you uncovered what the scam might be? I mean, where's the kickback coming? If there is
Well,
one?
that's why you're going to have to be listening to Nancy, the attorney who does the rip and read, who is the nemesis of City Hall. See, right now, they're going to be calling upstairs to our owners, operators, all bullshit. Fire it.
Right.
Like they always do.
Right.
Misinformation, he's maligning us, defaming us. You need to suspend him, fire Curtis. I'm always right. I've always been right. This is a rip-off extraordinaire. So today it starts.
It starts today that you can use any can, though. So you're fine to use any can.
All right,
today.
but you get the warning. The warning
Right.
is that, hey, I want to let you know, even though you have a perfectly good garbage can with a perfectly secure lid,
Yeah. It's no good.
by January 1st,
Yeah.
it better be our can that you buy through us.
You know what I was amazed is, you know how many they've sold of these already?
How many?
400,000.
Of course.
So 400,000 times $50, I can't add that high, but it's a lot of money.
Whoa, wait a second.
Yeah.
You're Jewish, right? You're supposed to be good at math. What do you mean you
Well,
can't?
maybe it's the half that I'm not Jewish.
Well,
Maybe it's the half that's not good at math.
Look, you're protecting the
Right.
city administration on this. You know this stinks to all holy hell. Not to high heavens. I don't know why they say stinks to high heavens.
Yeah.
All holy hell.
Right.
This breeds corruption. I mean, this is an administration that always gets a vig, that always gets a kickback on everything. Everything.
Well, I'll be very curious to hear what that kickback is, because I'm not aware of that.
Well, you see, you don't want to be aware of it, but trust, Nancy Sliwa will do the big dive, the big rip and read on this.
And when do we have to wait to find this out? Tomorrow?
None of your BIB business, okay? Because you only did half the job,
Wait a second. What do you mean I did
and then
half
you
the
let
job?
City Hall beat you down into submission.
No, that's not true. They didn't like something I said. I corrected that. I was wrong about
By
it.
the way, this will be the litmus test for all of our Republican supporters here at WABC.
Right.
Who, other than Anthony Weiner and David Patterson, are Republican supporters, including Judge Weinberg. You know, he's supposed to be the Democrat. He's more Republican than the rest, and a Trump supporter. Christine Noem, the Barbie doll of South Dakota,
Right.
the governor there, has been named Homeland Security Secretary to replace Mayorkas.
Right.
Do you realize all the agencies you're responsible for? By now, people should know because we've been beating the hell out of Mayorkas.
Yeah, well, you have the Secret Service. That doesn't.
I never knew that until all of a sudden the Secret Service was in collusion to try to whack President Donald Trump. He's the head of the TSA.
That's right.
Secretary of Homeland Security. The head of ICE, Immigration and Naturalization. The Secretary of Homeland Security. Customs.
Yeah.
Secretary of Homeland Security. What in Christine Noem's background as governor of South Dakota has prepared her for this most important role, which President Donald Trump says, day one, we're sealing the borders and we're deporting the illegals back.
That would not be a whole lot that I can come up with.
There is. There is one thing that Christine Noem is an expert at, and in her own autobiography, in the audio portion of it, she explained.
When I got back into my truck, Cricket was sitting in the passenger seat, looking like she had just won the lottery. The picture of pure joy. I hated that dog.
And then she subsequently went out to her hunting dog and started to cap that hunting dog with shots. It was writhing in pain and bleeding out in a ditch.
she needed more bullets.
Yeah.
So Christine Nome went back to the pickup truck on the ranch, loaded up her AK-47, and popped a few more shots into Cricket to finish the job.
Yeah, I think what do I say about that? I mean, it's just awful. Poor Cricket. What could Cricket have done wrong?
Apparently Cricket, like the German Shepherds, with Joe Biden, who were biting the Secret Service agents, were biting some of the ranch hands, That's probably because it didn't get fixed.
Yeah.
They usually
don't fix dogs, yeah, and that's big farms, yeah.
So we got a dog killer here.
Right. So maybe maybe you're thinking about this the wrong way, Curtis. Maybe she'll be the ultimate because if she's unafraid to kill her own dog, think about what else she might do as head of Homeland Security.
I am the first to condemn Trump for this pick, which is ridiculous. Do you think anybody else will join me here? You think Greg Kelly will join me?
At 77 WABC?
Yeah, you think Greg Kelly?
Well, let's go through it.
Dominic Carr, James Golden.
That's right.
Do you think those in the 5 o'clock roundtable discussion? You think Levin?
No.
You think O'Reilly? Well, maybe O'Reilly.
You might have a shot with Bill O'Reilly.
The Mamalou Frank Morano.
Maybe.
Possibly.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Sid tomorrow. I pose this question to him. This is the litmus test.
Sid might be with you on this one.
Brian Kilmeade that follows. I'm posing a question to all of them because I'm the first to say, this is as dumb as it gets. Christine Nome, who's the Barbie doll of elected officials, is going to be head of Homeland Security with all these agencies she's responsible for, replacing Mayorkas.
Yeah.
Is this not the dumbest choice? Out of all the people who could have been chosen, a lot of men and women who were in the front lines who have either been part of Secret Service, part of the TSA, part of ICE, part of Customs, part of La Migra, he picks the Barbie doll who's a dog killer.
Yeah, and you would think after Mayorkas, it would be a layup of a decision to pick somebody, right? Because, Mayorkas wasn't well thought of.
Some of the greatest basketball players of all time have gone down the hardwood, have laid up and hit the rim.
Yeah, myth.
I'm strong.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? President Donald Trump, you are perfecto individual.
There's never a dull moment here. New York's talk station. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Did you know every day is a perfect day for peace of mind? With American Home Shield Warranty, you are covered for unexpected breakdowns like leaky faucets or faulty water heaters. Choose a plan that fits your budget and rest easy knowing repairs and replacements are taken care of. Simply contact American Home Shield when an issue arises, and their trusted pros will handle it according to your coverage. Don't let worries about appliances and home systems weigh you down. Celebrate the reassurance of protection. Don't worry, be warranted. For 20% off plans, visit ahs.com/bill. For more details, see ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
You're listening to the #1 Nielsen rated. Curtis Lewer's Rip and Read.
2025, Shelley.
77 WABC.
How is marriage life, Shelley?
Time now for the O'Reilly update and message of the day. On this Tuesday, while there is
How is
great
marriage
sadness in liberal
life?
America over the demise of Kamala Harris, the rise of Donald Trump has brought relief to traditional people. Yes, high prices and the open border crushed the vice president. But her so-called values also spooked many voters. Let's take a look at those. Kamala Harris embraces a movement that proposes the USA be run by central planning out of Washington. An enormous federal government that would impose government-run health care, onerous taxation and regulation, a vast entitlement system that would provide for those who cannot or will not compete in the marketplace. Under the banner of fairness, workers would have to pay for all of those entitlements. And pay and pay. In addition, I can find no criticism from Ms. Harris targeting far-left law enforcement. that has led
Bule,
to widespread
bule,
death and
bule,
destruction
bule.
across the land. And on the subject of death, Kamala Harris celebrates abortion up until birth. She's also a staunch Green New Deal supporter, no matter what the fiscal destruction. So relief is in the air, as it should be. Traditional voters have direct at least for now. I'm Bill O'Reilly. I approve the message by writing it. You can reach me, Bill at BillO'Reilly.com, Bill at BillO'Reilly.com, name and town if you wish to opine. Let's go to the mail. We got Carl Hessler in Stockholm, Sweden. All right.
Let's take Adams Latest College
Full
Junior
respect.
Boulevard, Central Park.
Hey, Bill, given the fact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris
Bule, 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 bule.
Turn left on Central Park North. You've arrived at your destination.
See you. Bye. Dr. Justin Marasenio, North Dartmouth, Massachusetts. Hey, Bill, you mentioned that the win by Trump was due to voters responding to inflation day-to-day financial issues. This struck him mainly just the victory related to the economy. Do you think the majority of Americans are rejecting the leftist philosophies, too? There is some of that, but it wasn't the driver. All right, so we have not woke gear. It's flying out of my store, BillO'Reilly.com.
Miriam.
We got the church, we got everything.
How you doing, Miriam?
I'm telling you, I think this is going to be our most popular item ever. So people want
Miriam.
to protest. And this is the best way to
What's
do
up,
it.
Miriam?
Not woke. Put Holly the Terror Dog picture up there. Holly now sleeps all the time with her not woke blanket. Okay,
Miriam.
so there it is. We'll like this gear on our store. Paul Kelly. Mantua, New Jersey.
Miriam.
Bill, you said a couple of times that Donald Trump has to move quickly and get things done. Can you do anything before inauguration? Yeah, he can do a lot. He's already called Mexico. It's called Putin. He's calling around going, hey, this is the way it's going to be, so get ahead of it. And then, he, of course, he's calling Speaker of the House.
Miriam, I'm over here,
He's going to
Miriam.
run the Senate. Yeah, he's in motion. In a moment, something you might not know. Hey, Bill O'Reilly here. America is at a
message from
breaking
Mariam.
point. Record
1 minute.
inflation, interest rates, debt. The last thing we need is more reckless government spending and higher taxes, and they could happen. But a Harris presidency would bring us into that zone. Plus a hit to your retirement.
Miriam, I'm over here
So
now,
protect your
Miriam.
savings with American Hartford Gold. They'll help you secure your retirement by diversifying with physical gold and silver. Start with a simple phone call. They'll guide you through the process, even deliver gold and silver right to your door. Or place it directly in your IRA or 401k. These safe haven assets to protect you in an economic crisis. Call or text American Hartford Gold today. Tell them O'Reilly sent you to get up to $15,000 of free silver on qualified. Call 877
Miriam.
877-444-GOLD Gold and check gold.
Yeah. Yeah. This for Miriam, yeah?
Miriam, yes.
Miriam.
Head to your drop-off at 19 East 47th Street.
19 East 47. Let's go. This is a nice Central Park North,
Stay to
huh?
the right to Duke Ellington Circle.
Get the same beauty, less money than South. South so expensive. Much quiet here. Too much shenanigans.
Stay to the right to Duke Ellington Circle. Then turn right on 5th Avenue. lane to turn left on East 104th Street.
The first, Grover Cleveland. Here's the story behind the rotund commander-in-chief.
In 1,000 feet,
Born
turn left.
1837, Grover worked as a lawyer before becoming the mayor of Buffalo, New York. He was elected governor, then became president in 1885. Little Fred's first term was plagued by personal drama. He admitted paying child support to a woman who claimed he secretly fathered her son. While long as a 49-year-old commander-in-chief married a 21-year-old college student. Wow. The scandalous Cleveland lost re-election to Republican.
Turn left on East 104th Street.
Perhaps the most boring guy in the country. So Grover was not finished. 4 years later, he beat
In half a mile,
Jackson for
turn
the
right
White
on
House
2nd
in
Avenue.
popular and electoral votes. Cleveland's second term started with the worst financial crisis in the country's history. The Panic of 1893 began with a railroad bankruptcy, followed by bank failures, a nationwide credit crisis, stock market crash. Unemployment rose to 19%, but the 350-pound president never missed a meal. In fact, Grover Cleveland was the most unhealthy president of all time. His daily diet included copious amounts of beer and cigars, and he ate 3 enormous meals a day. Well, his penchant for tobacco led to a decade-long fight with mouth cancer. Grover Cleveland died at the age of 71 in Princeton, New Jersey. His final words, quote, "I have tried so hard to do right." Well, maybe, but he is routinely ranked as a very poor president. You can find out more about this in my best-selling book, Confronting the President's a #1 New York Times bestseller. Back in a moment. Are you feeling the impact of recent timeshare industry changes? Now more than ever, the cost of timeshare ownership far outweigh the benefits. My friends at Lone Star Transfer are the only company I trust to help you get out. Our listeners' positive feedback demonstrates why I've supported the company for years. For more than a decade, they have helped over 20,000 owners get out of the timeshare. Their exclusive options can help you get out faster and easier, more than any other option in the country. They are the only company that will give you a written guarantee and release you from your timeshare in a specific time frame. With an A+ rating at the Better Business Bureau, thousands of 5-star reviews, customer service is their top priority. For free consultation and a guaranteed solution, please call 855-551-7066. That's 855-551-7066, or go to LoneStarTransfer.com. Thank you for listening to the O'Reilly Update. I am Bill O'Reilly. No spin, just facts, and always looking out for you.
Listen to your favorite shows live and on demand 24/7. Download the 77 WABC mobile app now.
The 60th anniversary Hess fire truck with car and motorcycle comes with lights, sound, and a huge ladder. Only at HessToyTruck.com with free shipping and batteries. The Staten Island law firm of Angiuli and Gentili, helping people just like you for over 39 years. Call today, 718-816
up on that because you were scheduled for the last.
Turn left on East 102nd Street.
Fool's Day. Because he wants you to all know that we are fools. He's got this all figured out. As you know, he has done a pivot and a shift, and he is kissing the cookies of President-elect Donald Trump. He's got his black lips sealed on the cookies, the left cheek and the right cheek of Donald Trump, and it started weeks ago. And he said he would take the support of every man, woman, and child out there, including the ones that the Democrats were labeling Satan returned Donald Trump.
I welcome support from every American. No matter where they are, who they are, I welcome support from every American. That those who know me and know how I am, and those who are just reading up on this. So every American in this great country, I welcome support from.
Oh, there's no doubt as he strategizes how to keep himself out of jail, how to keep himself from being sent up to Otisville, the federal facility in upstate New York for crooked politicians like Sheldon Silver. So he's figured he's got to reinvent himself. This was the guy in 1990 who supported school referral. This is the guy who became a Republican and supported Rudy Giuliani for mayor. And David Dick is the man that he recently said was his mentor, but who he said was so time and Rudy was law and order. Whatever he needs to reinvent himself. And I believe after the word
In a quarter of a mile,
yesterday,
stay to the left to FDR Drive South.
President Donald Trump, first time he was director of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency. But the modern-day Barbie doll in my mind is the governor of the state of South Dakota, who has just been named to the position of Secretary of Homeland Security, replacing Mayorkas. And when I heard that, I said immediately, no freaking way. No freak. This is a litmus test for everybody out there who are Trumpers, who feel that he can do no wrong, make no mistakes, that it's a form of idolatry that takes place. This is an idiotic decision. I mean, no sense whatsoever. But will my colleagues rise to the occasion? Justin Ellick, if we can take a cheat sheet here. Following me is Greg Kelly. And I remember when Greg Kelly heard the following words, he basically wrote off Christine Noem as South Dakota governor for all time.
When I got back into my truck, Cricket was sitting in the passenger seat, looking like she had just won the lottery. The picture of pure joy. I hated that dog.
She didn't just hate it, she got her AK-47 and she started capping that poor dog. Shot Cricket multiple times, left Cricket in a ditch to die, ran out of bullets, went back to the pickup truck. Justin, you remember the story. This is in her own autobiography. Her own autobiography had just finished the job. She said, I hated that dog. And then came up with every cockamamie excuse in the world as to why she had to cap that way. Now, I remember Greg Kelly came on and said, oh, no, that's it for her. I remember she was being considered as a possible vice presidential running mate for Donald Trump at the time. That's it. I don't even know if she's capable of serving as governor of South Dakota. So now we'll see when Greg Kelly comes on. Secretary of Homeland Security has other responsibilities that I was not aware of, especially when we had that craziness with the Secret Service. It seemed to be like, okay, with the fact that President Donald Trump might get whacked in Butler or whacked
top, and you saw it on the Fox News channel. The state of San Diego is spending
In 900
money
feet,
to promote
turn left
Christine
on
Nome,
2nd
who
Avenue.
was acting in advertisements as if she was a handyman. First, remember the one of her as the electrician.
Let's look on the bright side. South Dakota stayed open for business during the pandemic. Now we've got more jobs than people. So I'm filling in until you get here. South Dakota is the freest state in America and the best state to live, work, and raise a family. We accept most out-of-state professional licenses, and we have over 20,000 open jobs, including for electricians.
South Dakota, freedom works here.
Oh, no. I'm a lousy electrician.
Yeah, you are, because you're not an electrician. She was dressed up like an electrician, pretending to be an electrician. But she's eye candy. That's why a lot of people would watch that on the Fox News channel. We know that. But she didn't just do one of her as an electrician. She did one, again, with South Dakota taxpayer money, promoting this campaign to come to South Dakota as a plumber. And not the plumber G. Gordon Liddy of Watergate days. No, an actual plumber going in there with the snake, to clean out your toilet.
South Dakota's hiring. As the first state to bounce back from the pandemic, we've got one of the nation's strongest economies and more jobs than we can fill. That's why I'm pitching in. The average starting salary for an apprentice is $77,000 a year without paying a penny in personal state income tax. Plus, we honor apprenticeships from other states. Hey, aren't you Governor No? Yes, and I'm a lousy plumber.
South Dakota, freedom works here.
Again, she is a lousy plumber. She'll be the first to admit, even though she grew up on a ranch, she never did work as an electrician or as a plumber, but she was eye candy, and she was dressed up as a plumber in this advertisement you saw on the Fox News channel, and she had that snake in her hand, cleaning out the toilet. And then I guess the last promo, paid for by the South Dakota taxpayers, promoting the campaign of encouraging people to come to South Dakota, might give her, I think, some credibility at dealing with law enforcement, because she dressed up as a South Dakota state trooper when promoting the fact that if you move to South Dakota, you have a great quality of life, and plus it's a law and order state.
South Dakota is the freest state in America. Now we're making it the safest by putting more police on our streets. So I'm on the road until we can hire more. We respect law enforcement because they protect our freedoms. We have no state income tax and the fastest growing income. Sir, are you aware you were driving 33 in a 65?
Governor Nome, it's me, Dusty Johnson. I'm a congressman.
Politician.
South Dakota, freedom works here.
Okay, a little corny. She dressed up as a state trooper, but again, people are focused, particularly guys, because she's eye candy. I call her a Barbie doll. She got into a whole bunch of problems with a former assistant on the Trump campaign. The first time around, apparently was caught swapping spit in the lobby of a hotel that a lot of the GOP was staying at. She's a married woman. Okay, that's her business. Lewandowski. You remember Lewandowski, right, Justin and Alex? I mean, she was like necking and slobbering all over him, and he was slobbering all over her right in the lobby. Doesn't deny it. Okay, I guess the husband is tolerant, and she's tolerant, and it's none of our BIB business, but... Okay, so now you're probably saying you're a misogynist, Coach, right? Look, even Noam Layden in the newsroom is saying, yeah, you're a misogynist for piling on to Christine Nome and immediately criticizing her as President Donald Trump's Secretary of Homeland Security to replace Mayorkas. No, I would have had her, if you were going to consider her for a spot, Secretary of the Interior. I don't know what kind of a Secretary of the Interior she would have been, but she's lived a life out there with wild horses, with the land in the interior, with the forest areas that have to be protected, with the battles that have taken place over the years between the cattle range and the sheep rangers and the oil drillers and everyone else, and people who want to maintain the parks. Much better choice. I remember Ronald Reagan had maybe the worst Secretary of the Interior president, 81, 82, to do the annual July 4th celebration, and they would entertain the crowd. But James Watt oversaw this because Parkland, National Parkland, he said, this promotes drug use, alcoholism, and the wrong elements we're promoting. He suggested that Wayne Newton be the person that would entertain National Mall for July 4th celebrations. Now, he was the worst Secretary of the Interior in the history since that department has come about. If you had to put Christine Nome somewhere as a supporter of Donald Trump, that would have been
You can walk one block down if you want.
Okay, let me walk.
Okay, thank you. You have a good day.
Sure.
Thank you for choosing us. You know, go straight, okay?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
No worries. כן, הבחור שדיברנו איתו אתמול, הוא רוצה לסגור. אז כמו שאמרת לך, אני אמרת לו כבר 250, אני אתן לך 220.
like Mary. NY@gmail.com. NI@gmail.com. Okay. Thank you. Sounds good. You're from Israel, right? Age of children. Always our class. Okay. Okay. One of the day of the week. Yeah. One of the day of the week. No.
נחזור אליי. כמו שאמרנו, בוא נסתכל, מיכל.
הוא בא רק 5 ימים?
כן.
את הדירה.
סגרנו עם פלג, סגרנו עם שירלי. יש 2 בנות שהן 20 פלוס ניקיון, אמרתי לו. 5 ימי קלקולייט, 5 כפול 220, 1,100 פלוס 50, 650, נקי בשבילך. סגור לך. 650, סגור לך. כן.
את הדירה הנוספת.
נו, יבואו עוד אנשים, כי זה... הם יותר.
אוקיי, אני יכולה לקבל את הדירה, אני תגיד לו שאני רוצה את הדירה, ואני צריכה לתת לו 2,500 מזה, שתבין.
בסדר, אבל אני אומר לך, אם את רוצה לגמור עם הדירות האלה, אז התאריכים, הדירה C, תרשמי לך 1/1, ודירה, כן. אגב, ראיתי מזוודות בגוד וויל.
אבל היא כבר הסתדרה, הם כבר הסתדרו.
אוקיי, נדבר, תחזרי אליי, להתראות, ביי.
whether the case will be resolved through a plea deal. No new court date scheduled. The Gaudreau brothers died in late August when they were hit while riding bicycles on the eve of their sister's wedding in Oldman's Township, New Jersey. Woman Higgins charged with aggravated vehicular
אני אגיד לך מה, אני נמצא פה בעיקרון, אני נמצא בניו יורק, יש לי מקום שאני נמצא בו עד סוף החודש הזה. אני צריך בעיקרון לכל חודש 12 לשתי אנשים. תגיד לי אם זה מתאים.
because I knew what his last 30 minutes of his life was like. And I had a 5-year-old son at the time. What I've been trying to do in my 34 years serving my nation is to save lives. So for you to sit there and insult my integrity and my love and my country and for children, that's why this whole thing needs to be fixed. And you're the one who's agree on that.
And Tommy Moyne has been a regular guest in the intro for 4 years. While he's been put on the show. Wait, you get that? That's lightning to get that. With the re-election of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump never gave the impression while on the show that he would get Tom Moyne.
Delivery.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yeah. Man, yeah?
Yes, man. Thank you.
Head to your drop-off at 888 7th Avenue.
888 7th Avenue.
Yeah, 888 7th Avenue.
Yeah, yes. I know. Thank you. Let's go.
Exactly.
Having a meeting with Echolation Partners.
What a Lone Star.这么火？
我本身对的，那些其他的
因为我还要再去那个中东山的 office， 所以 I'm offering them like， 他让我明天上午去，但我明天已经要上午要先陪着 Vincent 去见那个考虑，然后还要去那个 HSBC 康平见公司。本来是 meeting， 结果人家给我唱成 one-on-one 了，所以我觉得hard to get out of it。所以反正我明天早上我不去 Spark 了，然后 Sands 的话我看看，因为我明天上午要去 HSBC conference， 然后所以
Spark 就和 Vincent 不一样。
对，所以明天的你看我的 calendar 的准那个明天早晨是我9点，我8点45带他去见 Khalil， 然后你自己去 Starwood， 然后我要去2个 HSBC 的 conference， 然后他基本上10点钟就结束，那11点钟去 Spark 去见你来，然后 after that 他要跟你去 A16Z， 我就不去了来，然后他说他明天下午他儿子要来，他就 A16Z 以后他就不跟我在一起。
剩下那些路径除了那个 TP 那些那个比较重要以外，另外那2个垃圾。
那 Coburg 和那什么。然后周4的话 ，so far he will come to the Alpine West， 然后我们不去 Aries， 我带他去见另外一个 family， 然后我们去 Alpine 那块 lunch meet up。
Alpine West 他也不会说
Alpine West 他现在是去的。到时候问一下吧，也许他 maybe he won't be。 然后
下午
Malkin 那个 lunch is going on， 然后 after 这个 Malkin lunch 的话，不是有 NYC BBT 吗？然后如果我们没什么其他事儿，就顺便去掉。然后那我和他不会去 Hollywood， 因为我们要去那个 Bell Family Office 那边。
然后就是 Sands。
然后就是 Sands。
那如果这样的话，那 Sands 那个站座那个是。
it's okay， 我可以去占座，因为你想想，
我肯定站不了 ，I can barely make it。
而且那块儿根本就不是那么能付，我觉得没有 booking 可以随时逛。
Okay, that's
good.
Like 5 p.m.
而且路对面有一个 gigantic French restaurant with no people in it ever， 实在不行我们就到那儿就行。I think it's okay. I mean, for business center. 他要在我的酒店不是很靠，
他自己
在 Union Square， 他说太远了，他说回去得有半个小时，没时间了。
但他去那些密西那边。
对 ，exactly。所以那个像那个今天那个 Light Speed 就是你看那块机会。I wish I could go see him. It looks so good.
他知道什么
Yeah, he sent me the dress.
我研究过一段时间 What happened.
Really?
他说是那个
在 Nomad.
他说有可能是美的是 Square Tower， 还是叫美的是
Estimated time in traffic 13 minutes.
Madison House.
Okay. Oh, 30th Street. Okay, 那还是 further up north.
It looks nice, right?
我觉得Madison Square Park 那一块最好的一点就是，
你看 ，look at this high ceiling.
你往南看可以看去那个当庙那边，往北看可以看Midtown。
Very nice view. 然后 amenity 也很不错，right?
1200了。
你看 ，so basically like， 对，你进去，然后有这个 great real breakfast room， 这一块儿一堆，然后 master bedroom，
几楼？那几
？58层，然后 bedroom， 它是 either this one or the one next to it。
White all both， 然后把它给买走。
这个是稍微的便宜点。这个是一个3个 bedroom， 比那个少一个 bedroom。
就把人打土了，想法就很糟的事情。
This is nice too.
I think these are 效果，这未必是实地拍的那个照片。
呀，怎么长得一样的？
这效果。
但是这是一个现房，而且已经现房5年了，都没卖出去。他说这个纽约这个 high end 实在是太优惠了。
因为之前那个连续几年出了一大堆3块，就自从那个大概从13年、14年左右开始，他现在是在7街那块建那块跟那人说，7街那块建了好几个super mall，然后就开始
周菜就在那个。
各个地方，包括那个 Madison Square Park 这一块，然后那个 West Chelsea， 包括哈森亚尔，然后那个还有Tribeca 的建了一堆。
tornado。上礼拜tornado特别漂亮，你如果没有QR code，你进不去。
就关键是得打电话弄楼上。
在有一个楼，他们跟我说去拿卡，然后我们说，然后我就说然后要 exactly， 然后我就跑到楼上去，我跟他说你跑两步拿口罩，然后说 it must be in the system， 然后说让我把那个粘在身上，然后让他捣鼓，然后捣鼓了20分钟这样的才这个都快晚上退开了，就是这个 automation 已经 overpower 了任何的
就没有人可以 override。
Exactly, there's no override of anything. Yeah， 就全楼的人都没法 function 了。所以我一看 tornado 我就。
It's good that you have that QR.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, I'm 就 stuck 了，进不去了。
Building, you walk one block up, it's over there. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Exit this. Thank you.
Crimes that they committed here while staying here. With the permission of their Papachulo, Joe Biden, and Vice President Harris, and governors and mayors in sanctuary cities, in blue states and blue cities. But some of them have settled in the red states. This is worse. Since the economies are and there's a need for rural labor. They're going to be picking up and migrating to blue states and blue cities. I guarantee it's going to be another migratory wave of illegal aliens that hope that if they can make it to a blue state or a blue city, especially those that have determined that they are a sanctuary sanctuary for them. They're going to be on the move. And then the last thing is to basically alert all officials that what Trump tried in his first 4 years, but it didn't work, when he said to the state of California, Newsom, who was the governor, I will withhold funds from the state of California if you continue to operate as a sanctuary state. And then they tied him up in federal court because those things cannot just be done through executive order. There are always going to be court challenges, and then everything sort of grinds very slowly. So I think what Tom Homan is hoping to do is to get the migrants themselves to respond by either moving on their own back to their country of origin, moving into a blue state or a blue sanctuary city, thinking that that will protect them, and clearing out of the red states and the red cities. And then also, it alerts law enforcement that they got a partner in Washington, D.C. That's Tom Homan. He will work with police departments and sheriff's departments and anybody and everybody in the agencies who have been told before, you cannot even take a phone call from ICE. You cannot even have a meeting with ICE. You cannot follow up on a retainer. And that means ICE will, in its computer, know that somebody was housed, for instance, in Rikers Island. Or they'll know that there is a court case going on in a state court or a county court or a city court that involves an illegal alien. And the ICE agents, who are heroic every day, putting on bulletproof vests, going in and dealing with the bad hombres and getting no support from local law enforcement or the court system or the correctional system, not because the men and women of those departments don't want to work with them, but they've been prevented from working with them. He's hoping that this will cause a rebellion in the ranks, and that a lot of local, county, and state law enforcement officials in the court systems, and especially in the correctional systems, will say, to hell with these sanctuary laws that prevent me from contacting my brothers and sisters in law enforcement ICE. I'm picking up the phone, and I'm letting them know a bad hombre is being released tomorrow who's an illegal alien. Hey, ICE, the migrant, naturalization service, come pick them up, because I'm working with Trump and Homan to get these criminal illegal aliens out of here.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limit, taxes, and other fees apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at King's. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
It's the Rev and the Rabbi every Sunday morning at 7. This is Rabbi Joseph Potasnik. This is Reverend A.R. Bernard. Join us every Sunday for the Rev and the Rabbi. Don't miss this dynamic duo, the Rev and the Rabbi, every Sunday morning at 7. If you missed the show, download the 77 WABC app or listen to the podcast at WABCRadio.com. Join us for the Rev and the Rabbi every Sunday morning at 7. Right here on 77 WABC. When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter?
Easy
Math
peasy.
problems wouldn't be so problematic. A equals 42.
Easy
Escape
peasy.
room, elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try
ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. 77 WABC, the crown jewel of talk radio. Heard worldwide in 173 countries and all 50 states. WABC is committed to live and local radio 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. See what 77 WABC can do for you and your business. Call 929-552-7175 and advertise with 77 WABC. Now, the latest from the 77 WABC newsroom.
Host Dominic Carter can be heard on 77 WABC every weekday afternoon at 4 p.m. and then again at midnight each weekday. Recent topics have centered on the just completed election and the issue of border security. While Dominic celebrated the election win for Trump, some of his callers balked at that and indicated they were unhappy that Harris didn't win, but most of his callers are admittedly on Dominic's side of the issue.
Gina in Brooklyn. What's on your mind?
Hi, Dominic. How are you? I heard that woman crying earlier with that little piece that you played.
Slow down.
My question was, did that woman cry like that when she heard about that little girl in Texas that was brutally raped and murdered, or Laken Riley, or the mother of 5? Did she cry like that as if it was as tragic as her losing her babies?
This is an assumption on my part. You know, we have to be straight and honest. Did she cry when she received her welfare checks or her food stamps? Of course not. Of course not. And to have the nerve to refer to the president-elect of the United States of America as a felon, and you're not even supposed to be here.
It's just so disheartening, and I was disgusted when I heard all that drama.
Of course, there is something that's much more controversial than Dominic's political takes, his singing.
Ice, ice, baby. I love the sound of that. Ice, ice, baby.
Another thing I wanted to say was, you know, Dominic, because of your voice, you know, coming from your heart, you can sing like a bird. You can sing, and I taught music for many years.
Oh, no, I can't sing, Jim. Oh, well, but thank you. But it is coming from the heart.
You can always download the Dominic Carter Show as a podcast on the 77 WABC app. I'm James Clippin.
You're listening to the Greg Kelly Show.
South Dakota stayed open for business during the pandemic. Now we've got more jobs than people. So I'm filling in until you get here. South Dakota is the freest state in America and the best state to live, work, and raise a family. We accept most out-of-state professional licenses, and we have over 20,000 open jobs, including for electricians.
South Dakota, freedom works here.
No, I'm a lousy electrician.
And you are Christine, I'm a lousy electrician and a lousy plumber, and it was said you were a carpenter. All of those were promotional ads for the state of South Dakota to try to promote people to come for tourism, but most importantly, to live. It's a no-tax state, good quality of life, no doubt about it. It's in the interior of America, South Dakota. Most Americans couldn't find South Dakota on a map. Oh boy, they got to know the Barbie doll governor, Christine Noem, of South Dakota, because she got candy when these ads played on the Fox News channel. Guys and questions played attention. And she would be a regular guest. In fact, it was thought that she might even end up becoming the vice presidential running mate at one point for Donald Trump when he was mulling. Okay, there's certain individuals. All right, let's see. Marco Rubio, Scott from South Carolina. Oh, yeah. Oh, South Dakota. That's right. Got to include Christine Noem, J.D. Vance of Ohio. He was in that mix.
Let's get every head in the game.
She publishes her autobiography in her own words.
Yeah,
and the audio part of her autobiography as she was going on her book tour around the country, assuming that this would be the next step of promoting her as the possible vice presidential candidate for Donald Trump. And it all imploded when she said the following.
When I got back into my truck, Cricket was sitting in the passenger seat, looking like she had just won the lottery. A picture of pure joy. I hated that dog.
Oh, she would just hate that mutton dog on her ranch. She went on to describe how she took her AK-47, she capped that dog multiple times, and it wasn't enough. The dog was writhing in pain and bleeding out in a ditch. She went back to the pickup truck, reloaded, and then came back and put a few more shots into that dog, killing it. And almost seemed to do it in a sadistic way. As she was on her book tour, she was defending herself. She was on many, many programs throughout the nation, and she was catching grief. Big time blowback. Our own Greg Kelly immediately at that moment dismissed any concept or idea of her potentially being the vice presidential running mate for President Donald Trump.
Governor Nome, and she was on Hannity the other night, and she's trying to say this is a fake news plot. I don't think so. I think you are just, you're a real piece of work, and it all went to your head or whatever.
Oh boy. But now it's a litmus test for all Trumpers. Are they going to turn on the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who has now made the move to announce that he wants the Secretary of Homeland Security to replace Mayorkas, Christine Nome, the governor of South Dakota. Now understand this, when he chooses Tom Homan to be the border czar, it's universally praised by all Trumpers. They say, yeah, this is the guy who can seal the border and go after the bad hombres, illegal aliens, criminals, who are in all kinds of areas in the United States. That's universally applauded, but condemned on the left. Got it. But with Christine Nome, no way understand complications of this agency that we studied because of all the ineptness, incompetence, malfeasance, and what we all believed was the purposeful neglect of duty that Mayorkas had in order to allow more illegal aliens in, for various reasons. In fact, there was an attempt to impeach Mayorkas as Secretary of Homeland Security. It did not go very far. Do you know, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't, we learned about this during the 4 years of Mayorkas, that Secretary of Homeland Security is in charge, overall in charge of the TSA.
So many people.
We found out all about that.
So many people.
In the cow pastures of Pennsylvania, July 13th, when Sniper Boy almost killed Donald Trump. This was either inept, incompetent, malfeasant, or complicit in this attempted assassination. That if Donald Trump had not moved his head ever so slightly in front of the 50,000 people gathered there in that cow patch, he might have been dead or on life support for the We then found out that Mayorkas was overall in charge. I didn't know that, and I thought I knew quite a few things about our federal government. We've seen the arguments about FEMA, the most recent argument that in Florida, one of the persons in charge of FEMA outreach was telling all the workers in the aftermath, if you see a contract, don't help do not help them. And that person, she's been fired, right? So maybe there were others who had it, but let's face it, FEMA was not Jack Diddley squad able to respond quickly to the needs in North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Many, many complaints.
So many people.
Which is what Tom Homan originally was in charge of in the first Trump administration in 2016. There is no freaking way that Christine Nome can handle all of that responsibility.
promo
Delivery.
promoting South Dakota, in which he was the state trooper, old officer, he's the police officer. And again, I don't want to falter along or other governors who abuse state monies to promote themselves. As Tom Ken in New Jersey. New Jersey and you, that petition would not move his top lip. Remember with Brookfield promoting New Jersey? Yeah, New Jersey and you forever. And then, of course, in New York, the I Love New York campaign with George Pataki. He got some FaceTime in that. Money's promoting a state should never in any way, shape, or form have their elected officials attached to it. But it happened. And Christine Nome, governor of South Dakota, had so many promos done.
So many
They
people.
aired on the Fox News channel that it was almost back-to-back, belly-to-belly. 1 minute she was a carpenter, 1 minute she was an electrician, 1 minute she was a plumber, of which she was not at all qualified, as she said. But the final one might have been the only bit of cred that we could say that she had about being Secretary of Homeland Security for President Donald Trump. That is when she acted like a South Dakota state trooper in one of those taxpayer paid for by South Dakota promos.
South Dakota is the freest state in America. Now we're making it the safest by putting more police on our streets. So I'm on the road until we can hire more. We respect law enforcement because they protect our freedoms. We have no state income tax and the fastest growing income. Sir, are you aware you were driving 33 in a 65?
Governor Nome, it's me, Dusty Johnson. I'm a congressman.
Politician.
South Dakota. Freedom works here. So they, two politicians, got FaceTime as a result of the generosity of the South Dakota taxpayer, though they had no say in that. But the point is that that's about all the credibility in law enforcement that she had was doing those promos. I would say, because people would say, oh, Curtis, you're a misogynist. You call her a Barbie doll. Well, she is. I saw her at a state GOP dinner. The aftermath when the state GOP nominated Lee Zeldin, who will now be the EPA chief in the Trump administration. But when the state decided to back Lee Zeldin, but he was being challenged at the petitioning process by Andrew Giuliani, by Ascarino, Rob Ascarino from Westchester, and Harry Wilson. But I remember being at that convention, and they had a dinner the next night, and the keynote speaker was the Barbie doll governor of South Dakota, Christine Nome. She did not impress me. I don't know if she impressed anyone else. Let's say, look, she was okay. So rather than be called a misogynist and say, oh, you're like Mark Cuban when it comes to Republican women. No. I would have said if you wanted to reward her, because to the victor go the spoils in national elections and local elections, you get a chance to appoint the people you want.
So many people.
4,000 people that Trump will be able to replace in the bureaucracy of the federal government. I think about 1,200 must get U.S. Senate approval. I would have appointed her the Secretary of the Interior. And I tell you what, born and raised there, South Dakota. She lived on a ranch. She's well aware of the problems of the interior, as well as any governor, whether of North Dakota or Minnesota or those areas, Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, are aware of those scenarios. And I would have made this pitch. I would have said, look, she may not be the best Secretary of the Interior. It's going to be a hell of a lot better than the Secretary of Interior that was appointed by then-President Ronald Reagan. 1980, remember, he beat his father, whipped across the nation, then made his own appointments. And for the life of me to this day, I can't figure out why he picked James Watt. Had to be the worst Secretary of Interior in the history since that department has existed. His statement when getting into office was, he said, after the last tree is felled on federal land, Christ will come back. It'll be the apocalypse. It'll be rapture, past the ammunition place. This guy was a nut job at a screwball. And because
the Secretary of Interior is also responsible for national parkland. Like, for instance, she would have been responsible for Floyd Bennett Field. She could have said, no, you got to remove the tents for the illegal aliens at Floyd Bennett Field. People are not permitted to be housed on federal parkland. She would have easily have done that. Actually, with the permission of President Donald Trump as Secretary of the Interior. But I remember that crazy crackpot screwball, James Watt, who was Secretary of Interior under Ronald Reagan, deciding that after 2 appearances by the Beach Boys, the remaining members in the National Mall, for the 4th of July celebration that every president hosts, in this case, Nancy and Ronald Reagan were there, 81, 82. Now, this nut job, James Watt, Interior Secretary, said because of their promotion of drug use and alcoholism, and it's just the wrong element, the Beach Boys. He banned having the Beach Boys back in the National Mall, and instead they went with Wayne Newton. Wayne Newton, Shane. Wayne Newton, who I first saw on the Ed Sullivan Show when I think he was 19 and from a Indian reservation in Oklahoma, I think it was. But the point being, that's crazy. I do not believe that Christine Nome had been nominated to become the next Secretary of the Interior. She would have been as crazy, as out of touch, and as unprepared as James Watt was in the Reagan administration, appointed by Ronnie Reagan. If you were going to appoint Christine Nome, it should have been the Secretary of the Interior, not as Secretary of Homeland Security. And now this is the litmus test. What will Greg Kelly say tomorrow upon his return? What will Dominic Carter say? What will James Golden say? What will conservative commentators say? What will Mark Levin say? What will Sean Hannity say? What will all the big guys and big gals in conservative Republican circles say about this appointment? This is not a good appointment. Let me be the first to break ranks. This must be universally condemned. Our number is 1-800-848-9222.
Greg Kelly.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, how's your French going? You can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage des nouvelles langues.
Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/George.
When you're hiring, ZipRecruiter's technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. What if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now, the latest from the 77 WABC Newsroom.
It seems everyone has an opinion of what went wrong for the Democrats on Election Day.
One, the Democrats foolishly indicted Trump. The indictment rallied Republicans to Trump, helped them defeat DeSantis in a primary, and made Trump just untouchable from a Republican point of view. Two, Joe Biden didn't keep his promise to be a transitional president. He decided to stay longer than he should have stayed, and therefore when he did drop out, the Democrats denied themselves a primary to see if they needed an insurance policy.
That's former White House spokesman Ari Fleischer, who worked for President George W. Bush and says the biggest problem for Democrats was right at the top of the ticket, the candidate, Vice President Kamala Harris, who was not ready for prime time.
She was just a terrible candidate. That's what drove them in. Her flip-flops, her bad policies, her kind of empty-headed bubbleness trying to explain.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'm going to do a pickup. Quick pickup. I'll be back. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
software and camera feeds through the Alert California system. It's like something you'd see in a slick spy movie.
Captain Mike Cornett is with CAL FIRE. He tells ABC 10 the technology went up in their headquarters in El Cajon 5 months ago, and it's already helping, including San Diego's Garden Fire on Friday. Cornett says it's real-time data, enhanced coordination, a training tool, and it can be used for other emergencies like hazmat incidents, flooding, and storms. I'm Lucinda Kay.
Incoming First Lady Melania Trump reportedly declined First Lady Joe Biden's invitation to have tea at the White House. The New York Post says it's due to the government raid of Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Per the since dismissed Biden Department of Justice so-called classified documents case. In September, the former First Lady said the raid made her angry, and she referred to it as an invasion of privacy. President Biden will host President-elect Trump at the White House tomorrow. A new survey says there's a correlation between excessive social media scrolling and very poor mental health. The average American spends 6 hours per day consuming some type of online media. Predict Views' Dave Batt, an expert on social media safety, says there is a correlation between excessive media scrolling and that poor mental health.
The Surgeon General of the United States wants to put a warning label on social media. There is a lot of concern around how this is affecting our society. It is affecting depression, and it's not just with adults, it's with kids.
2/3 of Gen Zers surveyed agreed they spend too much time consuming content. More than half say their mood is often negatively impacted by social media, and they're the most likely to be on their screens 15+ hours a day. On average, survey respondents believe they lose 3 days a month to scrolling online. WABC News Time, 2:04, sports, weather, and a look at Wall Street coming up next.
Get more. And we're in Mazda. More selection and more savings. Like a new 2024 Mazda CX-5, starting at just $29,276. Visit RamseyMazda.com and get more in 2024 in a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda.
Sid Rosenberg here. If you're searching for a vibrant, welcoming community for mom or dad, River Spring Living Senior Housing just may be the option you're looking for. Set on a beautiful 32-acre campus right along the Hudson River with incredible views of the New York City skyline, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. See for yourself. Visit riverspringliving.org to schedule a tour today. That's riverspringliving.org.
New York's news and talk station. Download the 77 WABC mobile app now. 77 WABC News, continuing the tradition of delivering the best radio news.
77 WABC Chime Time. In sports, the 2024 NBA Cup tournament tips off tonight. Every Tuesday and Friday through December 3rd, we have these designated NBA Cup group playdates. Tonight's action features 8 games highlighted by 2 nationally televised contests on TNT. The Philadelphia 76ers hosting the New York Knicks at 7:30 tonight. And then the finalists for major individual awards in Major League Baseball have been announced. In the American League, Yankees outfielders Aaron Judge and Juan Soto are finalists for MVP. In the National League, Mets shortstop Francisco Lindor, one of the 3 finalists. On Wall Street today, stocks are down.
This place is next to the airport. Imagine, the water is very hot. This is the only country in the world that has no mosquitoes. They don't have McDonald's or an army. Today we'll try to find out if Iceland is worth all the hype around it. Taxis from the airport to the city are expensive. It costs $130. We'll stay here for 7 days to explore and launch water. It's the second most expensive country in the world, so is Iceland worth it?
We have seats, and if you hit one of those, you will get a huge smile.
We'll start from the south, so we'll start with this car. There are cars you can sleep in and other cars you rent because they're suitable for photography. Look at this one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dominic Carney in
The first place we started from was the capital, Reykjavik. It's a story similar to Singapore. I will tell you about it. The airport is close to the capital. It looks like Copenhagen, but in miniature. It went from one of the poorest countries to one of the richest. What improved Iceland?
To talk about, and we'll break them down in just a moment. But I want to break it down plain and simple. I want to break it down plain and simple of why we need Trump. One small example right here in New York City of why we need Trump. Why he's the right man for the right time, for the right job as President of the United States, 45, becoming 47. This is just one small example. Just one small example. So, some nut job records himself trying to get into an NYPD cop car. Now, inside the car happens to be a traffic agent. And this nut job says to the New York City traffic agent, in uniform, clearly identified, NYPD patrol car, he opens the door and says, give me a ride up the block. Absolute nut job. Don't believe me. Take a listen for yourself. Hey, drive me up the block. You want to drive me up the block? Technically speaking, drive me up the block, man. Come on, man, look at it. Drive me up the block. Come on, man. Drive me up the block. Come on, Pee Wee Herman. Come on, man. Stop playing, yo. Let me get a ride down the block. Let me get a ride down the block, man. Come on, yo. Let me get in. Move that out the way, yo. Move that out the way, bro. And so, at that point, the traffic agent gets out of the car, comes around, and closes the door. Trump is the right man at the right time for this job. I'm going to get into a bit later the trial, the judge. I thought the judge was going to dismiss the charges today. The felony conviction on Trump, postponing it a week. The former First Lady, incoming First Lady, Melania Trump, doing the right thing, taking a pass on an invitation to go visit Joe Biden when her husband is there at the White House tomorrow. 800-848-9222. I want you to hear that one more time. Now, some may think it's funny what this clown did. It points to everything that's wrong and why we need Trump's tough law and order stance. To send the message that the days of woke politics are over. Woke is broke. Not going to happen anymore. Look at the results that came in from around the country. Dominic Carter here with you in for Greg Kelly. One more time. This nut job walks up to in New York City, a NYPD car, and opens the door and says, give me a ride. And inside happens to be a traffic agent in full uniform. And I want you to hear it one more time, because officers on the job should have been called immediately, and this clown should have been placed in custody immediately. Now, we know chances are that the district attorney would give them a pat on the wrist, and there wouldn't be any serious
Starting route to
consequences.
422 Weaver Road. You can ask Siri to report any crashes or hazards you see along the way.
And it's called Donald Trump, and it's a wonderful,
Head southwest on 7th Avenue, then take the first left onto West 20th Street.
What this nut job tried to do. Hey, drive me up the block. No. You want to drive me up the block? No. I'm going down the block. Drive me up the block, man. Come on, man. Let me get in. Drive me up the block. Come on, man. Drive me up the block. Come on, Pee Wee Herman. Very funny.
mail. That's it, bro. You know, but that's just a bike. What else you have?
That's it. Thank you.
No shoes or nothing. That's it.
No, no. Thank you. to the storage, Manhattan mini storage. Got my soup.
In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. The U.S. is the biggest consumer of human trafficking, while Latina women are the most exploited. Kamala and Biden have been the exploiters in chief by not protecting the border nor women and children. Jesus said, "Let the little children come to me." God has intervened by placing his hand on Donald Trump to protect them from exploitation. And God intervened by inspiring Bob Unonwe to say, "We're all truly blessed to have a leader like President Trump." Read about this and more in Bob's news.
On to the next one, on to the next one, on to the next one. Now I'm gonna go to the storage. Manhattan mini storage. To put my junk in Manhattan mini storage.
Of the bizarre and extraordinary. Here's Frank Morano.
The sea holds many secrets, but few are strange as the mystery of the Mary Celeste. December 5th, 1872, when the British ship Dave spotted the Mary Celeste adrift in the Atlantic. Sails up, slowly cutting through the waves, empty. The ship had left New York, bound for Genoa, with a full crew, including Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife, and their 2-year-old daughter. But when the Degradia crew boarded the vessel, they found it eerily deserted. No signs of a struggle, no lifeboat missing, and the ship's cargo of alcohol barrels was nearly untouched. Personal belongings were left behind, and the ship was still seaworthy. Theories have ranged from piracy to mutiny, but none quite explain why the crew vanished without trace. What happened? Some suggest thunderstorm or
Get the QuickBooks mobile app. Simply snap photos of receipts, tap, and sort transactions automatically. Categorize business and personal transactions with a swipe. Take care of business with the QuickBooks mobile app, even on the go.
And here's a chilling detail. When the Mary Celeste was
Exactly.
eventually returned to port,
Find your perfect stay.
too unlucky to sail again. It was eventually run aground.
Or a beachfront stay with a
Ocean
view.
itself was determined to
Choose from
claim it
28
as the truth.
properties worldwide.
Exactly.
Freeports.com app today.
Get covered in Jersey. Get quality, affordable health coverage with choices to fit your life and your budget. Now in Canada's financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. All plans provide free preventive care, coverage for prescriptions, emergency services, and more. Enroll at getcovered.nj.gov.
Coming up today at 3, actor Greg Kelly on WABC.
Say it ain't so, Michael Strahan. Yet another controversy over the national anthem. That's coming up after Greg Kelly at 3 p.m. today. With me, Dominic Carter, 77 WABC.
Greg Kelly Show.
And Dominic Carter here with you in for Greg Kelly. Greg is out today, and I'm taking your calls up until the top of the hour from around the country, 800-848-9222. So I happen to look up at the
On
Fox
to the
News
next
channel,
one,
and
on
I
to the
say
next
bravo to these women's sports, to these volleyball teams that refuse to play against San Jose State, their volleyball team. They are forfeiting games against San Jose State because San Jose State has a transgender player on the team. And women's sports, I see Riley James is on, and she's done an excellent job advocating for women. Of course, she's the former college swimmer, advocating for women and women's sports. You know, let women have their thing. Men have sports, and I don't know. I just find it amazing.
And that is what God put his hand on Trump to do, to change all of the madness that we are having to deal with. Did you like that, Dominic?
Yes, and I couldn't have said it better. Things have to change, Lauren. We can't continue. You know, and you would think that these networks, CNN, there is word this afternoon that there are going to be massive layoffs at CNN, including major on-air talent. And I say good, because frankly, you're paying them too much money to do absolutely nothing and to poison the country. MSNBC, their ratings are down drastically, Lauren. This has to stop. America has to get back to being America. America fell for the garbage of this Black Lives Matter, this woke agenda, and look at what's happening to the country. I'm not standing here stating that minority shouldn't have rights. That would be reprehensible. One set of rules for everybody. Law and order, and stop with the nonsense. Lauren, is that too much to ask for?
Absolutely not, Dominic.
Well, thank you for the wonderful call, Lauren, and you have a great day. Let's go to line 5, Howard in Babylon. Howard, what's on your mind?
What I want to say is, as a student of history, this is a remarkable situation with Judge Marchand and Donald Trump. If he doesn't let the president off, there's going to be major problems in this country.
But I don't even understand why you're thinking that way, Howard. I mean, he has no choice. He knows that the Supreme Court is looking over his shoulder. He knows that what has to happen. Why do you think that the judge may do something?
I hope he lets him off.
There's no hope. There's no hope in it. His hands are tied, Howard. He has no choice. The only question is, how does he get out of this?
I don't know. I think he has to bite, use the Glenn sandwich, is what I tried to say.
Right. I hear you, Howard. Thank you for the call. Erica in Manhattan. Erica, you've got about 20 seconds. What's on your mind?
Well, I was just wondering, how come in men's sports there are no trans men fighting into men's sports? Could it be because maybe they're not as strong as men are?
I think that the transgender athletes are looking for an advantage. They want to be a star. Mom, look at me. And I think it's utterly disgusting. Dominic Carter in for Greg Kelly. The number to reach me live, 800-848-9222. Erica, thank you. I am coming right back.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, how's your French going? You can say,
Very facile, comment le professeur simulator.
now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Every weekend, newsmakers are on 77 WABC.
The Cats Roundtable. John Catsimatidis with Senator Tom
Tommy Tuberville.
We've saved our country. We also saved the world. Let's get our country back first, and then let's help our allies.
It's the left versus the right. Anthony Weiner on the left versus Curtis Sliwa on the right.
Donald Trump is the president now. The Justice Department is his thing. He says, I'm going to personally decide this stuff now.
He is going to tell the prosecutors to say we dismissed all these crimes. You are freaking out of your mind.
With Bob and Susan Cowsill of the Cowsills.
There was no label, so it just sat there for years, and Omnivore Recordings, our label today, heard it and said, what is this? Something we did in the late 90s. They thought it deserved a wider release, and here we are talking
Listen to these minicasts and more. Download the 77 WABC minicast. Everything you need to know in 10 minutes or less.
The 60th anniversary Hess fire truck with car and motorcycle comes with lights, sounds, and a huge ladder. Only at HessToyTruck.com with free shipping and batteries.
Rita Cosby here. Police Sergeant Christopher David Fitzgerald of the Temple University Police Department sustained fatal gunshot wounds while attempting to arrest a robbery suspect. Thanks to caring friends like you, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation was able to provide a mortgage-free home to his wife Marissa and their 5 children in honor of their forever hero. Christopher's love for law enforcement was inspired by his parents, who both proudly served as Philadelphia police officers. Prior to his premature passing, Christopher was nominated for Temple University Police Department Officer of the Year. Sadly, it's an award that he would receive posthumously. Christopher was a great father, husband, brother, and son who is so very missed. He will be remembered by many for his passion and determination to make his own name in life while improving conditions for residents in the surrounding community and Temple University stakeholders. It's heroes like Christopher who protect and serve our communities and our nation. Help heroes like Christopher and their families. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T.org.
Nearly 1.3 million New Yorkers are struggling to feed themselves and their families. If you have an abundance to be thankful for, please consider partnering with the WABC Foundation and St. Francis Feeding the Hungry. Last year, we fed over 10,000 families, and this year, we're looking to do more. If you live in New York City, go to your local Christie's or casino and make a contribution with the cashiers to support the hungry. Go to WABCRadio.com and click on the Giving Turkey to feed the hungry this holiday season. Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Anthony Weiner, The Middle Unplugged.
All right, so we have a new president, and you want to get involved. Maybe you want to become an ambassador. Sometimes they're really good jobs. So what do? Well, first thing, you start a couple of years ago raising a whole bunch of money from whoever you think's going to win, because usually ambassadors come from that place that's bucks like everything else. And the second thing is, there are some places you ain't going to get. There are some places that they want real diplomats, people that come from the professional diplomatic corps. Sometimes, like, what's an example of that? A lot of the Middle Eastern places, to be honest. You got to be super careful about what you say and do. What are the best places to be an ambassador? Japan. Japan is really sweet. You got a nice house in Tokyo. You know, France is really good. We never have any issues with France, haven't since the 1700s. It comes with a really sweet house right in the middle of town. England isn't so bad. And then there's some kind of obscure ones. Do you know you can be the ambassador to the Vatican? It helps to be Catholic for that one.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. Sid and Friends in the morning, right and left. The best talk every day and music on the weekends. We are the world famous 77 WABC.
With you folks up until the top of the hour in for Greg Kelly. Greg is a little under the weather today. My honor to be here with you. Remember to reach me live, 800-848-9222, 800-848-9222. So let me be very, very clear about something. Tom Homan, and I'll go back to your calls in just 1 second. In just 1 second, we'll go to Jack on line 4 in Long Island. But Tom Homan, who's going to be the czar for President Trump, the president-elect on immigrants, and he has a long, extensive career in law enforcement and so on. The more I hear of this guy, the more I know he's the right man for the job. no nonsense, and his entire approach is, and it's not just me stating this, yes, the liberals are going crazy. Oh, you can't do this, and it means that American citizens will be deported. America voted for this. Trump didn't hide his agenda. He was very clear on what he was going to do with these migrant criminal animals that are killing American women. And that's bye-bye. So Homan appeared on the Fox News channel talking about that these cartels, when women try to come to America, a large amount of are being raped. And I love when Homan says that it's time to wipe these cartels off the face of the earth.
We know what happens to these children, Sean. The illegal aliens coming across the border, people need to understand. 31% of women that make their journey get raped by criminal cartels. Children get raped. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 that have been raped multiple times. These cartels are animals, and that's why President Trump's going to take them off the face of the earth. They've killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world. And President Trump is committed to calling terrorist organizations and using gold money to the United States Special Operations to take them out.
To take them out. And that's exactly what should happen. Exactly what should happen. The more I hear of this guy, the more I'm starting to fall in love with him. And I don't fall in love with anybody. I'm looking at published reports here. Tulsi Gabbard apparently looking for the defense secretary job. She was a big supporter of Trump during this campaign. The ladies of The View, I'll leave it at that. They are going bananas over Homan, over Trump. Listen to Ana Navarro on The View.
Look, Donald Trump won the electoral vote. He's going to win the House. He won the Senate. For all intents and purposes, he's got the Supreme Court. They've given him immunity. This is what the country voted for. This is, a lot of people thought that when he talked about mass deportations, he wasn't being serious. I don't know how many times he had to say it for people to realize he was being serious.
Mr. President-elect, with all due respect. You know what I would say, Jack? If Mr. Trump approached me, I would say no for me, but my daughter's in public relations. I'm not going to reveal where she works at now, a major institution. But she's interested in returning back to government. I would say her, but not me. I guess I'm a little too old and set in my ways, and I'm not interested in any job like that. So let's not even wish that one up. But Jack, thank you so much for the call. Let's go to Rob. And by the way, I'm Dominic Carter in for Greg Kelly. Greg Kelly is off today. Rob, Oceanside, line 3. What's on your mind, Rob?
Dominic, our best revenge is success.
Okay, but wait. Wait. Why does it have to be about revenge? That's the part I don't understand.
Well, they say he's going to get revenge, but the way we define it, Dominic, is success.
The best revenge is always success. But Rob, I'm interested. I'm not one of these hosts that wants to fan the flames of let's continue to divide, let's continue to hate. I'm trying to figure out how to bring the country together. And I think, based on what I have seen thus far, I think that Mr. Trump is, look at what he's done. Marco Rubio, right? First Latino ever Secretary of State. A woman chief of staff. Trump is no joke, and he is not playing around. He means serious business, and I'm not worried about his safety, Rob, because the moment he won the election, what immediately happens from the Secret Service is, at that point, you get the moment the election is over. As a matter of fact, they're standing by that night for the winner. You get the full presidential detail the moment that you win the election. And only one person gets that at a time generally, and that's the President of the United States, Mr. Biden, who's going to be meeting with Mr. Trump tomorrow at the White House. And I say bravo to Melania Trump stating she doesn't want to meet with Jill Biden. Look what the administration did. I mean, there are certain things, Rob, that are no-nos at that level. You, under no circumstance, do you, in the middle of a raid of a former president's house, go through the First Lady's lingerie? Are you serious? That is amazing. The way that lady has to feel with these agents going through her underwear and her private matters at her home, a former First Lady of the United States of America. Thank you for the call, Rob. So I say amen to not going to the White House tomorrow when Trump is there to meet with Mr. Biden. And I guarantee you, folks, I would love to be a fly on the wall. I guarantee you, at some point, if Biden has a private moment, and he's going to with Trump, he's just going to look at him and wink his eye and say, how you like me now? Because you can't tell me that Biden didn't do everything in his power. Of course, you do the standard Trump is the bad guy talking line. Biden did everything in his power to make sure Trump won this election. You can't tell me any different. Let's see what Russ in White Plains has to say on line 4. Russ, what's on your mind?
Hey, that traffic agent that was getting hassled in his automobile, he should have kept his cool. He should have de-escalated.
What is wrong with you, Russ? What is wrong with you?
There was a clash of cultures.
Russ, what is wrong with you? Seriously, man. What is wrong? Do you just like to call up and argue the counter? What is wrong with you? That agent did not know if this man is going to pull out a gun and shoot him. And after he violated him opening a police car, and you're saying he should have kept his cool? What is wrong with you?
He should have said, hey, look, you think I'm going to lose my job for a clown like you? Then the guy would have walked away. He was trying to get a reaction. And that's what Holman's are. Holman's making the same mistake. He's going to get a reaction.
Holman's not making a mistake. To all of your friends that are migrants, Russ, they're going to be going bye-bye. So say goodbye now. The free ride, the free, it's over. There's a new sheriff in town. His name is Donald Trump. And whether you like it or not, Russ, he's not playing. You have the final word. Go ahead.
Dominic, nobody puts Dominic in a corner. But if Holman, I understood Holman, he said he will arrest people who are harboring fugitives, U.S. citizens. When they arrest priests and nuns, are you going to object to that? Because that's the kind of overreaction that the so-called left wants to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ, for the call. I'm with Holman no matter what he does on this situation. To be honest with you, and I've said this before, I'm even in support of separating the children from the families. This problem must come to an end. Free is over. It's time to get out. You want to come back the right way? That's fine. But in the meantime, bye-bye. You are the weakest link. The pimping of the American people is over. So says the electorate and a mandate that was given to Donald Trump. John, line 3 in New Jersey. What's on your mind, John?
Hey, Dominic, you're on point with everything you're saying today. Dominic, I'm a simple man with a simple idea.
Okay.
The 80,000 IRS agents that the Democrats will feel good about filling those positions, get rid of them. Use those positions for the following: ICE positions, Homeland Security positions, school security positions, and mental hygiene individuals to help out the veterans. You know how many of those positions you can, 80,000, if you divide that up among...
I'll be back. Going to the storage, I'll be back.
You know, that's my point.
Well, no, you are correct, and you're right. And, you know, it's commendable. You're acknowledging you voted for Obama. You know, so that's not racism. You know, when it fits the narrative, you know, then it's legitimate. When it's for Obama, it's legitimate. But if it's for Trump, a man that's already made history with a recommendation of a Latino Secretary of State, woman Chief of Staff, but Trump is a racist.
Yeah, right. And, you know, Don, I didn't vote the second time around. First time around I did. I really thought this guy will understand. He's going to be fair. He understands all the world. He's going to bring us together. It's going to be great. Well, it was the opposite. By the next time around, I did not vote for him, and I am a Trump supporter, not because I love Trump so much, because I believe and I trust him that he loves America, and, like, we need to be all together for the benefit of American citizens, not illegals, okay? The money should be here, not given out to illegals over here at the expense and the backs of all of us, Dominic, and the corruption and the crime and everything. I don't want to go on and on. You're fabulous, Dominic.
Oh, thank you, Judith. That's very kind and very nice of you to say thank you and enjoy your afternoon. Let's go to Bill, line 4 in Connecticut. Bill, what's on your mind?
Dominic, I'm concerned. First of all, I like the approach of Tom Holman. And I am concerned as a Connecticut resident.
Hey, wait, Bill. Let me just stop you there. I'm going to let you have... I don't like Holman's approach. I do not like it. I absolutely love it. Everything that the man is saying is dead on accurate. It's time to get out. The pimping is over. Now go ahead, Bill.
You got my backing 100%. I'm concerned as a Connecticut resident because I'm sure the funds are going to be diminished to some capacity, that Connecticut's going to take the brunt of some of these migrants that are moving in, and it's going to put a real burden on some of the local municipalities' budgets. What do you think of that? You think of, and I also have maybe an approach to maybe fix things a little bit.
Okay, so one more time, Bill. You feel that it's going to hurt the Connecticut budget in what way?
I think there's going to be an influx of migrants, and I think it's going to become a burden on the budgets because I...
Okay, but wait, Bill. Why would there be an influx? That's the part I'm having a hard time understanding. Trump is not playing around?
I think they're going to look for cities that are immigrant-friendly, and there's going to be a less amount of those cities available.
Well, I don't know if you're onto something there. Maybe you are, Bill. I'm not going to dispute that, but remember, we have one national leader, the President of the United States, for the most part. That's the top national leader, and Trump has made it clear. I mean, he ran on this, and he's not playing around. This is his second and final term. And I think he's going. I think it's masterful what he's doing thus far. I think he's learned, and maybe I'll be proven to be wrong. I think he's learned from his first term. He's not out there every day since he won the election, declaring what's coming. He's getting the job done and behind closed doors, and he's making history with some of his appointments. And I think the man is no joke. I really do believe, Bill, thank you for the call, Bill. I really do believe that Trump is going to unite the country. I really believe that. So I see I have a call for Bill in Tennessee. I've got to take a break. And Bill's call is over celebrities threatening to leave the U.S. My answer to that, and Bill, I'm going to take your call when we come back. If that's what you feel, Mr. Celebrity, Mrs. Celebrity, then bye-bye. Imagine how Kamala Harris has to feel. She has to pay celebrities millions to get them to show up. I'm coming right back.
This is Dominic Carter.
If your insurance rates are going up, and the last time you saw a decrease was the Reagan administration, folks at Sid, an American Patriot Insurance Agency, they put the freedom of choice back in your hands with their exclusive Rate and Bind online portal. Visit AMPATINS.com, call 888-322-3565 to save an average of 25% on auto, home, renters, business, even pet insurance. Call 888-322-3565 today.
James Golden, a.k.a. Bosa, here with an urgent warning. Thousands of Americans are shielding their savings with gold and contacting the experts at Colonial Metals Group. For a free 2024 gold guide that explains everything you need to know, go to freegoldguide.com/Bo or call 800 498 for your free gold guide and learn if you qualify for up to $7,500 in free silver now.
Thanks to the generosity of friends like you, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation welcomed U.S. Army Specialist Brett Menard into a new mortgage-free smart home in Florida. Brett decided to enlist in the U.S. Army after being motivated by 9/11 and his desire to be a part of something that truly matters. While on a road clearance mission in Afghanistan, Brett's vehicle was blown up by an improvised explosive device. In that instant, his life changed forever. The blast left Brett, a T4 paraplegic with traumatic brain injury, compartment syndrome in both arms, unable to use his legs, and severe internal injuries. He even needed...
Yeah, how you doing? It's for Randy.
Yep.
Enter your drop-off at 590 Madison Avenue.
Welcome, welcome.
Red light camera reported ahead.
The 60th anniversary Esquire truck with car and motorcycle comes with lights, sound, and a huge ladder.
Kenny, wait, it's not bragging if I'm simply pointing out the facts. I don't do it every day. The ratings are sky high for this hour. At midnight, we're the show number one in the entire market. That's not bragging. That's not just saying. That's FM station. We even see WBLS.
In 300 meters, drop off on the left.
So how is that bragging? So you need to not get down and other people because they don't have anything. Be on the air. You know why I choose to be on the air, Kenny? Because it's poisonous minds like yours. That's why. Poison. That's the point, Dom. Always gonna downgrade people's intelligence. No, I'm not. No, I downgrade your. I'm glad. But Kenny, MSNBC, they think you're stupid. Do you understand that? They're telling you what you want to hear simply for ratings. Telling your audience what they want to hear. No, Kenny, your audience, no, Kenny, I raised
Drop off on the left.
Trump is not doing something right. I said January 6th wasn't his finest hour, but he didn't do anything.
Anyone here is good?
Yeah, anywhere's good.
Okay, good luck. You have a good day. Thank you for choosing us. This is a little opening here.
All right. Squeeze my way through that.
Take care. Good luck.
Thank you.
5-star. Tip the driver. Wife and landlord take all my money.
Bye-bye.
So many people. Chickabella chick. Chickabella chick.
People like me and you. What do you hate the man on? And I said this to you the other night. I really want you to answer this. Why are you still on the Democratic plantation?
Stop using that word. That's the second using the N word, which I don't like nobody. Don't use that's a put down, Dominic. That is a
I'm not. Okay, but Kenny, I want the best for you. I really do. And as long as you keep eating that nonsense, look at what the Democrats give you. And all your people around the country.
So many people.
You got pretty black woman. Oh, she don't dance enough. It doesn't matter. Put her up there and let her run. You're not insulted by what she did with Kamala Harris.
like my father used to say, you can't use their hair, their face, and nothing in between. Don't come with disagree with that crap. So that don't have nothing to do with that. So why do you think they put Kamala Harris up? Why did they put her up there? To be the nominee next in line. I think they should have put somebody else up. But she was next in line by being a vice president. That's why they did that. So I think they should have. They had to put Michelle Obama on here. Michelle Obama
was a lost worse. Michelle Obama is not presidential material, Kenny. Come on. And to be president, Kenny, you gotta know when to hold them, when to fold them. You gotta know, just like how Obama went to the parliament and issued the bill to take out Obama at the same time. That's what you gotta be able to do as president. Michelle Obama is too emotional. She can't keep her emotions in check. Now, I know that sounds a little sexual. I don't mean it that way, but she has shown us that she can't keep her emotions in check. And it bubbles out of her mouth whatever how she feels. That as president of the United States, Kenny, you know, one thing I'm saying about Trump is that I'm going to say to you that. I remember when that president showed him what's the name, came on Anthony Weiner, came on. That was the most professional thing I ever heard in my life. You let that man do his head, but it was like a wide group kid, like a school kid. You would let that man tell anybody step in there and get it. But I'll say again, my ratings at 3 p.m. and at midnight are beautiful. I'll let them speak for themselves. Kenny, so you're not going to wake up. I'm trying to help you. You don't want the life. You don't want to wake up.
Valencia.
Plantation for the rest of your life. And your children and your children's children.
Children.
You want to do your best.
It's all about the children. It's all about the children.
And that's a good point, Kenny, because
about the children.
Head to your pickup at 755 Madison Avenue.
It's all about the children, children. It's all about the children. It's all about the children. Much about children. Chip. It's all about the children. So many children. So many children. Yep. So many children. Russia hoax. This is the Russian hoax. So many children. Where's the mullah? Where is the mullah? Mullah shmullah.
Somebody is going to pay a price for the damage that was done what they were pushing. I hear you, Joe. I thank you for the call. I just need to see people that I know, and it's not so much because I know them, but I need to see people doing their job. And it's going to happen because the ratings are just not there. Liz in Florida on line 1. Liz, what's on your mind?
I actually just arrived. I am here. Just for
You back already?
No coffee in Lambo. No coffee in Lambo. So many people. Avalanche. Look.
Head to your drop-off at 50 East 77th Street.
50 East 77. There's a lot of laundry you got, huh? That's a laundry or shopping? No laundry. You look like a laundry bag. Oh my goodness. It's a good shopping today.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Whether you need a passport in 3 weeks or as soon as 3 days, guaranteed. If you need a business or tourist visa, it's easy.com. If your company requires passport, visas, and travel documents for its staff, it's easy.com. 866-IT-EASY-GO. It's easy.com or call 866-IT-EASY. Go to itseasy.com. ITSEASY.com. Download the app. It's easy.com. Right now, you're a Colonial Bank Group. Washington is coming for your savings to pay for their spending mistakes. That's why thousands of Americans are shielding their savings with gold and contacting experts at Colonial Metals Group. For a free 2024 gold guide that explains everything you need to know, go to freegoldguide.com/stone or
enough to have a headache working for the city of New York. What brought you to the fire department?
Look, I've always loved the FDNY. The fire department has made special to me since I was a little boy chasing fire engines on my bicycle down Lexington Avenue. And I've always loved public service. That comes from my time in the Queen of the Inn office with Dick Brown, who taught me so well. The truth is, I always wanted to come back to government. And I've been in the fire department, and when the mayor was gracious enough to offer me the job of fire commissioner, I grabbed it. I didn't think about it for 1 second. It was a yes immediately, and everything that I was doing was put on hold. Here I am about 90 days into being fire commissioner.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. And now, it's time for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation's final thoughts. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation
entender como que yo le estoy diciendo a él que yo soy la culpable, que me tiene que perdonar porque yo cometí errores y que él sea salvo.
Oh, Donald Trump on his choice. And everyone else here at WABC, you'll see the same thing. Even Greg Kelly, who originally called her a nut job, for killing her dog, which I played earlier when he was away. Let's see what Greg Kelly says tomorrow upon this rebirth and resurrection battle. What's the truth? You see, all people broadcast today. So wait a minute. So you're now off the Trump train? That's what you're done. Let me go back to say, I'm on 30 years. I've had a lovely relationship with Donald Trump, but I will not just, this is a great choice. This is the dumbest choice ever. Only one worse, and that would have been Watt, who was the Interior Secretary for Ronald Reagan. She should have been Interior Secretary. I hear you, Mr. Sleewer. Folks, all it takes is $11 a month. Donate $11 a month to Clemens Towers Foundation at G2E.org. Have a great day. Sleewer, calm down. Spare me.
Drop off.
Thanks to the generosity of friends like you, the Clemens Towers Foundation welcomes U.S. Army Specialist Brett Bernard into a new mortgage-free smart home in Florida. Brett decided to
Okay, thank you.
after being motivated by 9/11 and his desire to be
Aquí.
part of something that truly matters. While on a road here in Michigan,
Thank you. Over there. You can go and come back.
this explosive device. In that instant, his life changed forever. The blast left Brett a T4 paraplegic with traumatic brain injury.
Nobody beats the Wiz. Nobody. So many people. It's okay, I close. It's okay, I close. WABC.
Clear skies on this Tuesday, November 12th. Good afternoon, I'm James Flynn. Amtrak trains dealing with delays as a result of a fire burning near the tracks in New Haven, Connecticut. We've got details on that and other wildfires burning in the tri-state area. But first, the closing bell on Wall Street. And U.S. stocks finished lower today. The first down session for the S&P 500 since the results of the election were learned. Trump Media and Technology Group saw its share price slip. E-vehicle giant Tesla saw its share price decline as the Elon Musk-helmed company has been on a heater since Trump was elected. The two are political allies. Some Wall Street watchers say the market may have gotten ahead of itself in terms of pricing in gains ahead of the Trump White House. Looking at today's economic data, the NFIB Small Business Optimism Index rose 2.2
Get to your
points
pickup
in
on
October.
Madison Ave.
Tomorrow we get a look at inflation for consumers with the CPI. Thursday, the PPI is due, looking at wholesale inflation. Dow component Amgen saw its share price slip after an analyst published a research note suggesting the company's experimental obesity drug could result in bone mineral density loss. On the whole, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 382 points. The S&P 500 down 0.29%. The Nasdaq Composite down 0.09%. That's the
Nobody beats the Wiz.
Turn right on Madison Avenue, then pick up Amy on the right.
In Connecticut, Amtrak trains are delayed between Penn Station and New Haven. Numerous wildfires.
Yo, Amy, how you doing, Amy?
Keeping crews busy. The most intense is located along the New York-New Jersey border. Manhattan Judge
Amy, 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 Amy.
In the case of President-elect Trump, who was convicted this summer of business record falsification in connection to an alleged payment made to porn star Stormy Daniels. Court records show Judge Merchan has agreed to freeze the case until next week while prosecutors decide what to do now that Trump will be the next commander-in-chief. Merchan will also be deciding whether the case should be tossed or maybe retried after the Supreme Court ruled Trump had some immunity in connection to his official acts while in office. Trump was set to be sentenced November 26th. Theoretically, he could be sentenced to prison time, probation, or house
New
arrest.
message from
The case
Amy.
could also be
I'm
dismissed
here.
outright, which Trump's attorneys have been pushing for. There's been a workplace explosion in Louisville, Kentucky. Reports of people trapped in a structure. Louisville Fire says it's on the scene of a hazardous materials incident, and there's a shelter-in-place order for those in a 1-mile radius. The FAA is banning U.S. flights to Haiti for 30 days after gunfire was aimed at a Spirit Airlines flight landing in the country this week. It made an emergency landing in Florida instead. In sports, the Tampa Bay Rays field unplayable following Hurricane Milton, which ripped it.
Yeah, I do this 20.
Head to your drop-off at 5th Avenue and East 96th Street. Speed camera reported ahead.
Welcome, my friends, to the Tuesday edition of Post on News Rush Hour here on 77 WABC. If you would like to be part of the program this afternoon, 800-848-9222 is how you reach us, 800-848-9222, and we have, ladies and gentlemen, so much to discuss. The Trump appointment, I just heard Curtis go off on Kristi Noem. I'm staying out of that between me and Dolly. I'm staying out of that. Period. I'm staying out of it. No, I'm not particularly upset by it. I'm not even. This is the thing. The president has the right power to who he wants for whatever jobs he wants.
Hello?
Of course, many of us weren't happy with some of the picks that he had the first time around.
I'm good. I'm just a few blocks away. After school traffic, so probably be there in like 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
Mainstream press whining, complaining, giving advice. All of a sudden, Trump's mass deportation promise. He has a mandate on the border to deport criminals, but more than that, it can get ugly fast. Etc. If you thought Trump wasn't serious, look at his first appointment. Michelle Goldberg and brought up a New York Times whining article. Okay, a few other things. Karen Lake Senate bid in
Red light camera reported ahead.
I'm going to say it again. Arizona, I've been saying it has one of the worst voting systems in this country. Maricopa County is a total disgrace. And there are all kinds of Republicans in Maricopa County that are to blame for the problems there. God, it's not just somebody who says the president did this. The Hill decided this morning, actually, the decision desk type thing that they did with the decision desk. And let me tell you something about that decision desk over there. They have been right about everything so far. And they early, they were the first ones to call Donald Trump winning the presidency on election night. They were ahead of everybody else with some of the projected winners, and so the Republicans win the House, delivering Trump a trifecta. That news came this morning from the Decision Desk HQ. This is whoever these people are over here. Yeah, these guys seem to have their act together. So it looks like Decision Desk HQ, Republicans will have the House of Representatives. Don't know how many the numbers will total up to be yet. Now we have a few audio sound bites. that we're going to delve into as well. Carlos, let us start with a story that was at the top of the Daily Mail until they found a Michael Strahan apparently got ticked off in the Daily Mail quarter underneath his house, where he was blown and threw into some bushes so they could get out of line. And he was at a ceremony, Veterans Day, and everyone else had their hands over his heart. He had his hands folded. He looked at it. Well, look, though, he was in attention. Oh, okay.
He was hoping he had people on the back cross from the front, and everybody that was on that ship put their hands in their heart while listening to the national anthem.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that makes Michael Strahan less was he being disrespectful on purpose, do you think?
I doubt it, but it didn't look good.
Yeah, it wasn't a good look for him. And so controversy erupted, and he was tipped off as reported. So anyway, there's that. But I want to start with something else. Soundbite number 3. There is more on this FEMA worker who was fired, and she was interviewed by Roland Martin. Now, Roland is a friend of mine. Roland is, we're not close friends, but we're friends. And Roland has been extremely gracious to me over the years in terms of giving me some very sound advice on a few things that I asked him about. He is a very smart guy. He has built an empire. You know, Roland had a tough time over there at CNN. He was CNN for a while. Then he made some lighthearted joke or something. I forget the details back when they tossed his butt out of CNN because they said that he, or whatever it was whatever, or some such, whatever it was. But it was really something that should not have merited him losing a career, and he did lose a career. He has built his own. And he's been very wise about the way he's done it, has a ton of subscribers to his site. Roland and I don't agree on political things, but I would tell you he is a very, very decent human being. Some of the things that he says politically drive me batty. But he's a good Roland Martin and I have known each other for I don't know how many years. And every time I do have a chance to talk to him, but then we communicate, he's just been a gentleman and a really good guy. Again, he had on the woman, Marnie Washington. And let's listen to an excerpt. The interview ran almost an hour with her. Let's listen to an excerpt from that. And it is getting a lot of coverage.
I was notified after I'd been moved. The next morning they told me verbally I was fired, but they never provided me anything in writing saying that I was fired. They all alleged that these actions were made on my own recognizances and that it was for my own political advances. However, if you look at the record, there is what we call a community trend, and unfortunately it just so happened that the political hostility that was encountered by my team, and I was on 2 different teams during this employment, they just so happened to have the Trump campaign signage. FEMA always preaches avoidance first and then de-escalation. So this was not isolated. This was a colossal event, not just here in the state of Florida, but to the bottom line at the Carolinas. These senior leadership in line will tell you that they know if you ask the DSA bully and specialist was
Okay, anyone here?
Near right, please.
Okay, you have a good day.
demand for FEMA to give you those
Take
incident
care.
reports.
Thank
They
you.
were substantiated when we passed them to us on the field.
So
Speed camera reported ahead.
Speed poop reported ahead. Tatuma, Tatufa. Children, it's all about the children. Children here, children there. All about the children.
This idea of avoidance, she also
All about the children.
not just people with Trump signages. In some case, avoidance has been made with people that had Biden-Harris signages. The other thing that she said that I found a little interesting was that she did not vote in this election. She was busy working, and she was working on so many cases that she did not take the time to vote. Why did that stand out to me? Because if she were the partisan that many of us believe from the early reporting on this, and she were that partisan that she would say, don't go to those places with the Trump signage. And she's not denying she said that, by the way. She's not denying at all that that was the case. But if she were strictly motivated by politics, I think maybe, don't know her, but that might be an indication that work over politics, that she was so invested in this work, and I don't know whether that can be proved or not, that she didn't vote at all. Didn't vote. So, what to think? If she is correct, this is a policy not of her, but of FEMA, which is why she felt comfortable enough to put it in writing on her quote-unquote community text. On this text that is
מה קרה?
מה קרה, היסטורי.
כן.
באתי לקחת את הזה שצריך לשתות.
לקחת מה?
את הנוזל הזה שצריך לשתות.
יש לך אותו בבית.
אז קח אותו ולך הביתה.
תנוח, תסתום. לא, הייתי בסטורג' לפני כן.
מה אתה אומר על הפליפים?
מה זה פליפים?
Head to your pickup at 1190 Fifth Avenue.
אז אתה צובע אותו קצת, וזה עוזר יותר.
עדיף אופניים. דיברתי עם הסטורג', אמרתי אם אני אזמין אופניים, הם ישמרו לי את הארגז, אמרו לי כן.
כן, יש להם, זה מנתם, זה מוסר לעשות לו שירות כזה. לקחת חבילות.
כן.
זה היה ב-61, אני לא יודע.
לא, כל מקום, אבל הם אומרים את עצמם צריך לבוא לקחת באותו יום, כי אין להם מקום להחזיק הרבה ארגזים הרבה זמן.
כן. אפשר לעשות את האופניים עושים אופניים, אפשר לשים אותם בסטורג'.
צריך סטורג' גדול.
אפשר לשים ברחובות, תעשה אותי קצר.
ברחובות גונבים חלקים. ברחובות גונבים חלקים. פעם חסר כיסא, פעם חסר הברקסים, פעם חסר זה, כל פעם מורידים לך חלק.
הם לוקחים על אופניים רגילות להשכרה 15 דולר, 18 דולר.
18 דולר לכמה זמן?
שעה.
שאלת ברחוב או שאלת באינטרנט?
לא, מצאתי פלאש שלהם. $50 ליום.
כן.
מה אתה אומר לעשות סרטון כזה שאתה רצה ואתה אוכל סנדוויץ' והיא חוטפת לך אותו ממשיכה לעוף?
לא, זה מה שעשו, חטפו פיצות. אנשים, ראיתי, הביאו מגשים של פיצות וחלקו לרצים.
הפיצות נתנו לרצים?
לא ראית, הביאו 5 ארגזים פיצות ואמרו לרצים, על הדרך תאכלו משהו. רצים האחות של פיצה, מים, כל מיני דברים.
ואבא שלחתי הודעה שאסור לאכול פסטה.
כן, פסטה גם יש הרבה סוכר בפסטה. פסטה יש הרבה סוכר. So many people. 101 hospital.
Eli or 5 others.
נתקע שיחה.
Head to your pickup on Madison Ave.
כן.
תחזור הביתה, לקחת את התרופה.
איך תשתה? תכין את עצמך.
איך ניערות טואלט?
אז מה זה אבא שולחת לך?
הודעה שפסטה זה לא בריא, מסוכן.
שמעתי, פסטה יש לה הרבה סוכר.
כן. אבל איך הספורטאים אוכלים פסטה בכמות?
לא יודע, מי אמר לך שאוכלים?
כל יום יש דבר חדש שאסור לאכול.
יש אבקה מורינגה, אומרים אבקה מורינגה, אבקה טובה.
מה?
יש אבקה שנקראת מורינגה.
מה זה מורינגה?
אבקת בריאות, אני יודע.
אני יכול לאכול את ההסתבכיות. כתוב לאכול אוכל בריא, טבעי, ירקות, כמו שהאוכל.
כן, אבל אתה לא יודע שמהנדסים לך את כל האוכל עכשיו. מהנדסים לך את כל הפירות, ירקות עכשיו. לעשות את מרים. בהצלחה. Yeah. It's for Eric.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Time to go home.
Yes.
We're just few blocks. This is a lot of hospital here.
Yes.
Were you a doctor or patient?
Neither one. Medical company.
Oh, medical. No, you're still in the field.
Hi. So, John will help tomorrow a little reluctantly. Yeah, because I'm like, I better ask. Well, he wasn't happy that I did, but he's got to do it. So who covers Linux now? Do we get Kevin back? I don't know what Mike's doing. I generally try not to ask for Mike because Mike's very sore right now. I don't know what you need. Subi Chowdhury, so he doesn't need a lot. Actually, I worked with him and Kevin last week, I think it was. But he wants to be on that call at 7 at home for Kelly because they're teaching. That's my only thing. So how do we manage that? Oh, I'll ask Chris to go to the first case. Alright, so. What's that? Probably, but let's ask Chris Helen to do the first, and then have Kevin come relieve him, I think is what we'll do. Then you can come back and do whatever. Yeah. Okay. Right? And then we'll send John to Einstein. I owe him a call back because I was kind of on the call. So I told him, just come. John McCann. I was on the phone. You know, I was in receiving. I was trying to find catheters. You know, and he's like, well, you know, I had planned to come to Sinai. Like, I don't need 19 people at Sinai. I need people to help cover my cases. Like, no, I can't even ask. So let's send you to LIJ like you did this morning. Yes. Okay. All right. Right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anyone else? Rob. What are we doing with Rob? Robbie kind of needs to study, but again, Robbie's launching cases next week. So if we need to. So he can't go to Einstein or LIJ. Well, I mean, he could be to LIJ with you. He's not ready to work with him by himself yet. Yes. Poor Sinai, they said they weren't going to bounce, and now they're bouncing. Like, we were supposed to just get access to the room. Now they decided they're going to bounce. They told us they weren't. We checked with the charge nurse. We checked with the doctor. They told us we could get in there. Alright, so Chris will have to cover the first case with Subi, who doesn't need a lot. We just have to tell Chris where everything is. If you don't mind, and just get all the equipment. Yeah. And what floor is that? Is that 5th floor? Hey Eric, hold on. Mount Tan is just texting me. Hey Eric. Dr. Miller decided to move his other case into EP2. What's that? I mean, yeah, I asked all the doctors, I asked the charge nurse, I asked everyone, and they said it was fine to bring the engineers, and then now they changed their mind. I mean, I don't know what to say about that, but that's what it is. Okay. And it's with Subi. Did Subi? I don't think he used that. He didn't use Active Cross. He used Versa Cross. I don't. I don't know if he's gonna do. I mean, maybe I'll go there once Sinai gets her. Well, yeah, because he's going to be at the same hotel as us. He's going to be at 92nd and 1st by you. So, I mean, we need Einstein, Lennox, and LIJ. Right, because you can't cover a case and then go to Einstein is the problem. So Einstein, you need to treat it like a first case. I mean, if I have to I don't want to disappear from Sinai to Monroe. So I guess you have to send Chris to yeah, right here, sir. You have to send Chris to
Thank you. Have a good day.
Lennox.
Thank you.
We'll talk him through it if we need to. I mean, he's seen it or done it or whatever. I mean, he's gonna just have to do his best.
So many people, so many children.
Head to your pickup near Nicolete Gymnastics on E91st Street.
So many people, so many children.
And the good folks over in
Public storage.
News.
Manhattan.
Their news stars
Manhattan.
benefited from $500,000 from the Kamala Harris campaign right before he was interviewing her. I would think that would be something noteworthy that they should look at. Don't you? Ladies and gentlemen, 1936, American singer, pianist, songwriter Mort Schumann was born, wrote so many hits,
so many people,
including this one, A Teenager in Love. He wrote Save the Last Dance for Me. He wrote Viva Las Vegas.
Viva Vegas.
Passed away.
Viva Vegas.
In 1991. focus on the beautiful Sophia. Sophia. That's why he's in love. James Golden Slowly with you here. Keep it right here. Gonna check in with traffic. Tim Commando, your call's coming up. Don't go away.
Why must there be a teenager in love?
This is The Rush Hour with Bo Snerdley. On 77 WABC. WABC. Traffic and transit along the subways.
Yeah.
Hi, from Melanie.
Yeah.
Get to your drop-off at 13 East 82nd Street.
80 seconds. What kind? Is it children's school or something? NYC Elite.
Amtrak service between Penn Station and New Haven suspended due to a fire burning near the tracks at the Hudson River crossings. George Washington Bridge inbound upper 5 to 10 minutes. A disabled truck that had been there on the mid-span has been cleared. Right lane, you've got construction. Lower okay, outbound heavy delays. Lincoln inbound 10 to 15. Same on the outbound side. And then at the Holland, going to cost you 10 to 15 minutes on the inbound side from Route 1 and 9. 30 minutes outbound at the Holland. That's the 77 WABC Traffic and Transit Report. I'm James Corbin. like Alabama don't automatically provide an attorney for death penalty appeals. Most death penalty cases are handled by under-resourced public defenders. In rare cases, appeals might get help from nonprofits like the Innocence Project. By that time, evidence may have disappeared, witnesses died, and cases get murky.
It's much more harder to go back and correct mistakes that have happened. Again, you don't have a good lawyer who has the resources she needs. It's even more difficult.
According to a Gallup poll, most Americans still support the death penalty, but have growing concerns about whether it's a fair punishment. Research shows elected officials like prosecutors and judges are less likely to overturn death
Okay, good luck, good night, thank you, have a good day, take care.
Emily Stoll works as a counselor for the recovery houses. As the rain lets up, she makes a brief speech.
Rain, though sometimes seen as an inconvenience, is truly a gift. Just like the challenges we face in life, it can bring growth and renewal. The rain that has fallen today and the weeks to come will help this garden bloom and flourish.
Rich people.
It's a reminder that beauty often emerges from moments of hardship.
Like turning an
Rich
abandoned
people.
lot into a refuge of sorts.
Rich people, Madison
I'm
Avenue.
export south to New Richmond. You're listening to All Things Considered here on WNYC. Google's AI overview has no opt-out, and it's making some users unhappy. We'll have that story coming up next.
You've heard the expression. You've probably even said it yourself. Only in New York. Those are the kind of stories WNYC has been presenting for 100 years. And now, we're asking you to share yours with us. It can be about a chance encounter or how the city has changed you. We'll share select stories on our website, social media, and on the air. Submit yours at WNYC.org/100.
Support for WNYC comes from NYU Curveball, presenting sex theory since 1941.
Only New York.
Tortured by the civilians of
Times Square next.
in the 1930s. Racy Dixon All, November 14th through 24th. More at NYUScurveball.org. WNYC has local and national news coverage are supported by the Jerome L. Green Foundation, helping to make the arts affordable and accessible to all New Yorkers for more than 40 years. It's 50 degrees right now in New York City, still breezy, and we're going to see those breezy conditions continue.
Breezy, schmeezy, easy.
Skies will drop down to 35
Breezy,
degrees.
schmeezy, easy.
Tomorrow, another sunny day with a high of 48 degrees, and looking ahead through the week, we have no rain in the forecast. There was a slight chance we might be seeing some rain on Thursday. but as
Easy
of right
breezy,
now, it doesn't look,
schmeezy.
very good. Thursday, mostly sunny, a high near 50. Friday, mostly sunny, a high of 56.
This is All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Juana Summers.
And I'm Ari Shapiro. You may have noticed recently that when you ask Google search a question, many times the first thing that pops up is a big box at the top of the feed with an answer written by AI. Well, sometimes that information is not correct. And NPR tech reporter Derek Kerr reports some people wish they could opt out.
It's easy to find people fed up with the AI and Google search.
As soon as I saw the Google AI results popping up, I was looking for ways to get rid of it. It just doesn't seem ready.
Basically forcing this down our throats, regardless of whether people like it or whether it's useful or not.
That's Samantha Yeh, Heather Ussery-Knight, and Daniel Keppel. Google introduced its AI tool last May. It's called AI Overview. It doesn't pop up for every search, but people say it's still frustrating. The number one problem? There's no way to opt out. Here's Keppel again.
You can't trust it fundamentally.
Trustworthiness has been an issue with AI Overview. When Google first launched the tool, it immediately started spouting falsehoods and just weird ideas. It told people eating a rock a day was healthy, and that adding glue to pizza would stop the cheese from sliding off. Heather Ussery-Knight describes herself as a technophile, but she doesn't like this technology.
If you are going to have this technology be prevalent, it needs to be accurate, especially right now when we've got sort of this whole like alternative fact things going on.
The promise of AI is that it's able to ingest all of this data and pop out what is supposed to be a useful summary very quickly.
The whole process takes a ton of energy, which is also a problem for people. A search with generative AI uses about 10 times the amount of energy as a typical web search. Isabel Lund is a recent college graduate in Oregon.
I really don't want to be increasing my time with so much just by searching.
AI overview can also lead to unintended consequences. Take Jennifer Hamilton. She's a family medicine doctor in Philadelphia. She says the tool is messing up the online tests that doctors like her have to take regularly. They're allowed to use the internet during these tests, but not AI, because they're supposed to come up with their own answers.
But if you're using AI, you can just copy and paste the question and get an answer without doing any thinking at all.
Other smaller search engines like DuckDuckGo also have AI, but they have an opt-out option. A Google spokesman told NPR that people find the Google AI tool helpful. He didn't answer questions about why there's no opt-out, but he said the links are still there. Patrick Hall is a teaching assistant professor at George Washington University.
Enabling users to opt out is just a simple best practice.
Hall studies data ethics and says Google probably doesn't offer an opt-out because AI overview is good for business. It keeps people looking at Google instead of clicking away on a search result.
It's about getting more eyes on their pages. It's about keeping the hype going around generative AI. And I think we as consumers are really just kind of fodder in this huge market coming to life.
Some people have found workarounds. There are third-party browser extensions, including one called Bye Bye Google AI, and some people are just switching to other search engines. This is what Jennifer Hamilton, the doctor, really wants.
I want a button where I can say, turn it off and leave it off.
Or maybe an on button that she's never hit. Sarah Kerr, NPR News.
Roy Haynes was one of the last giants of modern jazz who was present at its birth. His 8 decades of drumming spanned from the swing and bebop eras to the avant-garde. Haynes played with just about all of the greats and helped change the direction of jazz improvisation. Roy Haynes died today at age 99, and here's Eric Westervelt has this appreciation.
Roy Haynes' nickname was Snap Crackle, and you could hear it from his earliest recordings. That crisp, rapid-fire snare drum, and the sting he brought his cymbals. Haynes brought those tools, especially the snare, to the fore of a rhythm. Here it is from the 2007 documentary film, A Life in Time. You make it crackle, then you make it snap, like you can hit a rim shot. A rim shot is when you hit the rim of the drum and the drum head at the same time. Snapping. Haynes was born in the Roxbury section of Boston in 1925. His Barbados-born parents loved music, all different kinds. His brother was in a high school drum and bugle corps, which sparked his interest in percussion, as Haynes told NPR in 1997.
And I picked up his sticks around the house, and boom, I started banging on everything. So later on, I started getting pieces of the trap set, like the snare drum, bass drum, and cymbals. I bought them one piece at a time. And before you know it, I was about 16 years old, and I started banging on them and started making gigs.
By the early 1940s, Haynes was playing out in Boston nightclubs. Over the next 50-plus years, Haynes would sit behind the drum kit and offer his polyrhythmic lines for the most innovative musicians each decade had to offer. Lester Young, Charlie Parker, Miles Davis, John Coltrane, Chick Corea, and many more. Underscoring his versatility, Haynes backed the top singers, Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday, and Sarah Vaughan.
Already done, 5
musicians like pioneering free jazz saxophonist Pharoah Sanders, they got a little out there. Drummers with his relentless energy, creativity, and mastery. He had so much fire and power, but also a real sense of grace and wit. Music journalist Ken McAuliffe says Haynes' drum work was key to helping jazz transition from swing to bebop and beyond. He broke up the ding, 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 ding pattern you heard going back to big band drummers and just made it all a lot more conversational. And by doing that, he also, freed up the soloist as well, from Charlie Parker to Chick Corea to Pat Metheny. Wiry with a broad smile, Roy Haynes loved sports cars and sharp suits, preferably worn with dark sunglasses. But friends say he was most at home behind the drum kit. And even though recording sessions diminished as he got older, Haynes kept playing clubs and concerts well into his 90s. And he continued to mentor and inspire younger jazz musicians to the very end. From Louis Armstrong to Pat Metheny, I'm sure I covered the waterfront. That's a lot of territory. You get me serious now. Where's my cognac?
Where's my cognac? Where's my cognac? Cognac and cognac.
NPR News.
Get my cognac. Get my cognac in my cognac.
Listening to All Things Considered here on WNYC. Coming up tomorrow morning, Hudson Valley Representative Mike Lawler is headed back to Congress. Republican held on to one of the key House seats Democrats were trying to flip in last Tuesday's elections.
And tomorrow on Morning Edition,
hear from the Congress member himself on his plans for the incoming federal government and for the future of New York. Tune in for that story and much more during Morning Edition tomorrow morning here on WNYC. 50 degrees now. We're going to drop down to 35 degrees overnight tonight. It will stay clear in New York City and still breezy as well. And then tomorrow, the clear, sunny, dry weather continues. More sunshine with a high of 48 degrees tomorrow. It's still breezy as well. And we still have that red flag warning in effect until 6 o'clock this evening as we continue to deal with critical fire weather due to a combination of all this dry weather and the strong winds as well. This is All Things Considered on WNYC. Right now, it's 5 o'clock. Support for NPR comes from member stations and from providing HR services and technology, from payroll, benefits, and HR compliance to talent development. Learn more at insperity.com/HR Matters. The estate of Jane Gross, whose bequest supports NPR's commitment to creating a more informed public by distributing programming that meets the highest standards of public service in journalism. And Progressive Insurance, with its Name Your Price tool, a way to see coverage options based on a driver's budget. Learn more at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is WNYC, FM, HD, and AM New York.
President-elect Trump has promised mass deportations, including workplace raids like those that took place during his first term at chicken processing plants. We'll take a closer look this hour. It's Tuesday, November 12th. I'm David First, and this is All Things Considered from NPR and WNYC. Also this hour, the possibility of a vaccine skeptic leading the Department of Health and Human Services under a second Trump administration makes some pediatricians more than nervous.
The most effective way to keep children safe from preventable, communicable diseases is vaccines.
Doctors are already fighting a rise in vaccine hesitancy. Plus, the long and complicated effort to replace the United States' lead water service lines. We'll have those stories just ahead, right after news headlines.
Headline.
Live from NPR.
Do you have a headline?
Washington, I'm Jack Spear. A judge in New York City has decided to postpone a decision on whether President-elect Donald Trump has immunity from prosecution in his criminal hush money trial. That decision now could come next week. Attorneys for Trump say prosecutors presented evidence during the trial that stemmed from Trump's time in office. As Meadow Steel reports, they argue that should not have been allowed.
Lawyers for the Manhattan District Attorney over the weekend asked New York Judge Juan Merchan to delay his decision on immunity in order to review how the presidential election would impact Trump's landmark criminal trial. Trump in May was found guilty of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Emil Bovey, one of Trump's lawyers, agreed with the delay. Bovey said the stay and even a dismissal are necessary to avoid unconstitutional impediments to Trump's ability to govern. The New York judge was expected today to make a decision on whether some evidence brought in during Trump's trial violated the U.S. Supreme Court's recent ruling that presidents cannot be prosecuted for official acts taken in office. Jimena Bustillo, NPR News, New York.
The federal judge is temporarily blocking Louisiana law that would require public schools to display the 10 Commandments in every classroom. Barbara Uhas from member station WWNO has more.
In granting the temporary injunction, the judge says the law is unconstitutional on its face, meaning he doesn't see a situation where it violates the Constitution. He says the law has an overtly religious purpose, and that plaintiffs are likely to win their lawsuit against the state by claiming it violates the First Amendment, which protects freedom of religion. State officials argue the 10 Commandments have historic and cultural value, and that's why they should be displayed in schools. They plan to appeal. The case could make it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, which has a conservative supermajority. For NPR News, I'm Aubrey Uhas in New Orleans.
The FAA is
off tonight every Tuesday and Friday through December 3rd. They'll have those designated NBA Cup group playdates, and tonight's action features 8 games highlighted by 2 nationally televised contests on TNT. One, a local game, the Philadelphia 76ers hosting the Knicks at 7:30. In the late game, Klay Thompson makes his return to California's Bay Area when his Dallas Mavericks take on the Golden State Warriors at 10. And stocks finished lower on Wall Street today at the closing bell. The Dow down 382 points. Here's your forecast from the Ramsey Mazda Weather Center. Overnight, clear, a low near 35. Wind gusts stay high up to 29 miles per hour. WABC News Time 5:03. Katz and Cosby next. 49 degrees. Clear skies in Midtown. I'm James Flippin.
Welcome to the 5 o'clock show. It's time for Common Sense. Now,
Bula, 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 bula.
John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby.
Bule,
For truth, justice, and the American way. Bringing common sense to the world. Now, here's John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby.
Yeah, we are here. It is 5 o'clock, and oh my God, how much news can we deliver to you? There's so many things happening in the studio with us. We have Judge Richard Weinberg. We have former GOP chairman of Brooklyn, Craig Eaton, and a great attorney besides. And Governor George Pataki. Welcome, Governor.
Thank you, John. Always great being on.
And Rita Cosby. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and I'm trying to keep track of all these new Trump appointments coming in. I mean,
a lot of appointments today.
It is, and by the way, a lot of the folks that we've had here on Katz and Cosby, John, a lot of great guests.
The guy that's in charge of the border. He is one terrific guy. I am so glad.
Tom Holman, you guys who loves us. He's been on the show many times.
And we love him. He's terrific.
And no-nonsense guy, also a former New York cop, and also somebody who was the acting ICE director under President Trump and other presidents, and has done a great job. And has said, we're going to start, I think he's listening to you, John, because he said we're going to start with the criminal element of migrants that are here, the 400,000 that are convicted of crimes, including 15,000 murderers and 15,000 convicted sex offenders. And yet some Democratic mayors and governors, Governor Pataki, already coming out and saying, we're not going to deport anybody.
You know, I think the fact that the Republicans control the House and the Senate, as well as President Trump, means we can do things like defund sanctuary cities. I mean, how can they just say we're not going to follow the federal law? That's what the South tried to do in the Civil War. So the way to retaliate is simply say, okay, but we're not going to give you any federal funds. So hopefully our new Congress will do that and get them to straighten out.
Yeah, that's it. Get tough, right, Judge Weinberg?
I think that any person who holds a position of mayor or governor who says they will not enforce the law and will not comply with the federal mandate should be removed from office. Governor, I think theoretically yes, but as a practical matter,
I understand.
you don't want to do that. But you can just say we're not going to provide federal funds. You know, that's how the 21 drinking age came about. No highway funds unless the states pass the law. No federal funds unless they agree to cooperate with ICE and follow all federal laws, including immigration law.
The President of the United States has a lot of power.
Absolutely.
And I've learned that what happened during the Biden administration was unbelievable. And I don't know if it was Joe Biden himself, or I don't know if it was the people around him, but it happened.
Yeah, it sure. By the way, it's going to be interesting, John. Tomorrow, a meeting with Trump and Biden at the White House.
I understand Melania says no way am I going.
Yeah, you know what? I
don't blame her either. With what they did at Mar-a-Lago when they broke in there and started going through her drawers.
The agents that broke in, laughing and going through her drawers by her underwear.
That's what it was. That was what in the papers. I mean, it's disgraceful that the violation of her personal privacy, what they did.
Craig, you're absolutely right. I mean, you contrast that. Biden had illegal documents in his house and his garage, and they just asked them to do a search, no investigation. And it just shows how completely distorted the Justice Department has been under Biden and Harris.
And he had no, and Governor, he had no claim of right. Not as a senator, not as a vice president. The only one who has any protection under presidential law is the president of the United States.
Very much.
Yeah, it was preposterous. I don't blame her, and she feels like the lawfare was over the top, and that's why, according to reports, she doesn't want to be at the White House tomorrow. It's going to be a doozy, though, to see Trump and Biden at the White House. And today Biden's meeting with the president of Israel. And I mean, to hear he's getting up today so he can fill Trump in. Give me a break. It should be the other way around.
It's first ever. Former president, current president, future president, right? I mean, it's the first time it's happened.
And by the way, you guys see the big news? After the election, CNN laid off 400 people, and MSNBC, their viewership went down 50%.
They're looking for ratings. They're like, well, you know what, John? They were announced. They look for fired. But you know what? They were
That's my middle name.
I keep saying Catsimatidis News Network. That's CNN. That's what I say. Catsimatidis News Network.
The ratings would go up. I'll tell you that much. The ratings would go up like a rocket the minute you bought it, John.
Something to look at, John. But you know what? You understand why. You know, CNN and all these other radio shows and TV shows are saying how close the election is, how close it's going to be, and they're going to win, and she's going to win, and then the disaster, the trifecta that the Republicans have. You know, the people have to look back and say, what were they thinking? What were they talking about? Where were they getting their information?
Yeah, that's the big question. And, there are reports that they're going to have more layoffs at CNN.
Please stay clear of the closing door.
He said he is leaving. That's what he says. And he's going to do podcasts. But,
please stay clear of the closing door.
Yeah, I mean, he was there 3 years.
He should stay in Fox.
He should have. And so they may have changes too, John. Speaking of elections, John, you had a conversation with a senator, an interesting
senator. Senator called me today. The vote is going to be tomorrow. And I think the majority leader of the United States Senate is either going to be Rick Scott, Senator Corwin from...
John Cornyn.
John Cornyn from Texas.
Or John Thune.
John Thune, South Dakota.
Yeah, and they're supposed to be doing their presentations tonight, guys. And then tomorrow is the secret ballot. It's like the Pope, you know, when the smoke comes up. What do you think is going to happen, Governor Pataki?
I think it's very hard to predict. I think all three of them have agreed with President Trump as to what he wants the Senate to do. So unless the president weighs in, I think it could be anybody.
Well, the other guy called...
Lunch, dinner, breakfast.
Elon Musk.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did a poll online, and it overwhelmingly came after it got online.
Guess what?
The only people who can vote are the senators who are part of the Republican caucus. So with all due respect to Mr. Musk, that's your electorate.
Yeah, that is correct. That's absolutely right.
I mean, I think we can't go wrong with any one of those three.
Yeah,
I mean, they're all...
You mean the three things they might be better than
Chuck is not... Did you see Chuck is allowing Dave McCormick?
I know.
I mean, that's crazy.
Police.
Oh, he is now? Is that the new year?
huge embarrassment for them to have to turn them away.
Yes. And speaking of good news, you guys, let's also give a shout out on Mike Huckabee, who just messaged me a second ago. Mike Huckabee, who we love, Governor Mike Huckabee of Arkansas. He is now being appointed as the ambassador from U.S. to Israel, and he was a great. Yeah, that's
Wonderful
great.
man. Wonderful man. I'm glad you're still here. Will you bring in Mr. Dershowitz?
Yeah, absolutely. And let's go to Professor Alan Dershowitz. Professor Dershowitz, I'm going to City Hall shortly for no, not yet, not yet. But when it is, you guys are all invited, by the way. All right.
I can perform the ceremony.
Thank you. And John can be the best man. Right?
I can protest.
Thank you, guys. Joining us now is Professor Alan Dershowitz, the great law school professor emeritus. We love you, Professor Dershowitz. First of all, your reaction to this big news, Mike Huckabee being appointed to the ambassador to Israel from America by President Trump. He loves Israel. He's been over there so many times. It's a great choice.
It's a great choice. I was with him in Israel. I've been with him other places. I've been on his show. He's phenomenal. I just wrote him an email offering to teach him a little bit of Hebrew in exchange for him inviting me to the ambassador's house in Jerusalem. I was there with many of him and his colleagues when they opened the embassy in Jerusalem during the first Trump administration. So I'm looking forward to it. But I also want to congratulate David Friedman, who was the previous ambassador, who did an incredible job as well. So far, I'm very happy with President Trump's appointments. I think Elise Stefanik is a great appointee, and Mike Huckabee is a great appointee, and I think Mark Rubio, if he's nominated to be Secretary of State, will be excellent as well. And I think it will help bring about peace in the Middle East, because we'll send a strong message to Iran that this is an administration that's on the side of Israel. And maybe then it'll send a message to the thugs in Amsterdam. Did you hear what happened today? This is after the Israelis left, so that they can't claim it's anti-Zionism, anti-Israel. A bunch of ordinary, non-Arab, ordinary Dutch people from Holland started to throw incendiary devices, rocks, screaming epithets against Jews. You know, people forget that Holland was the worst country in all of Europe in treating the Jews after Germany and Austria. They regarded themselves as Aryans. They were very welcoming of the Nazis. And the difference between Germany and Holland is that Germany, after the war, made reparations and apologized. Holland did nothing of the sort. And so it's not surprising that you have so much anti-Semitism. Not among Arabs, I'm talking about ordinary Christian, white Dutch people in Amsterdam. And I propose that nobody go visit Amsterdam. That's off the list of places to go visit. We ought to boycott them the way we should have boycotted Berlin in the early 1930s, and I think there are a number of other French cities that are on that list. I know Israeli authorities are worried about anti-Semitism in France. There's a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism in Sweden, in Norway, and so we're seeing an upsurge in anti-Semitism in people we thought were our friends.
Yeah, absolutely. Judge Weinberg.
I don't know. It's a list of incidents in Berlin.
So many people.
In addition to the others that you mentioned, this cancer is really spreading throughout the world, Alan. How do we stop it?
Well, I think this administration has to make it an aspect of its foreign policy, and it has to make it clear that it will be taking action against countries that don't do enough. They've already, the Trump administration, during its first term, said that they would cut off federal funding from any universities that didn't take sufficient action to stem anti-Semitism. Of course, the worst anti-Semitism occurred after that administration, after October 7th, and I think the new administration should put its foot down against universities that don't do enough and against countries that don't do enough to stem anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism must be part of American foreign policy to prevent a recurrence of either anti-Semitism. Just remember what the New York Times has done. They've contributed to this enormously, and other stations have contributed, other media
what they say is, well, the Jews started it because they tore down a Palestinian flag. Well, you know, soccer thugs tear down flags all the time, but they committed no violence against anybody. And you can't justify violence of the kind that was committed against Jews last week and now tonight. And you can't justify that. You know, there are many Muslims, radical Muslims, who believe that if you insult the Prophet, you should die. And look what they did to Salman Rushdie. Look what they did to so many other people. And we cannot allow, as a proper response to nonviolence, even if it's bad nonviolence of the kind that some Israelis did in Amsterdam, you cannot justify the use of life-threatening violence, which is what's happened in Amsterdam, and I predict it'll happen in other European cities as well.
Professor, any update what happened at Columbia University? Were they doing it on campus or off campus? Or was it
they were doing some of it outside? No, they were doing it on campus. Some of it were outside, some of it were not. But what they were doing was saying that we don't celebrate American veterans. We don't want to praise American veterans. We celebrate Sinwar and people who killed Americans. The university, you know, has to take a stand against that. It might be protected by the First Amendment. It doesn't mean that Columbia Private University has to tolerate it. As I've said many times, the rule has to be exactly the same. Whatever you do to piety and faith and beliefs and he's not going to be able to convict him, but he either will delay sentencing, which will mean he can't appeal. At that point, I would think that Trump's lawyers would take a mandamus to the Appellate Division of the New York Court of Appeals and say, you can't stop us from appealing about this morning's sentence. Or if he does the right thing, he'll drop all the charges. There's no basis for continuing conviction, especially not in light of the Supreme Court decision, which says that you can't rely on evidence. It was statements made during the presidency, and I know that in his closing argument, the prosecutor emphasized some of the very statements that were banned by the Supreme Court. You know, people like to know the kind of nobody's above the law, nobody's above the law. And in the same sentence they say, well, why don't you sue Letitia James? Why don't you sue Brett? Well, they're above the law. They have immunity. They have immunity. So people forget that prosecutors have immunity, judges have immunity, and they only object when presidents get immunity. The Supreme Court decision was only playing catch-up. All it said is what we've already given to judges, what we've already given to senators, what we've already given to congressmen, what we've already given to prosecutors. Now we're going to give to the most important person, the president.
So why did he delay it? Professor Dershowitz, it's interesting because today he was supposed to decide if the conviction stands. And then, of course, the sentencing on November 26th, he pushed it back a week. Why would he be pushing it back? What was he going to do? Yeah, I don't understand.
There's no reason. He has to know what he's doing. You don't need more time. We know, we've all read the Supreme Court decision. It requires a reversal of the conviction. He just doesn't want to do it. He's kicking the can down the road. And he wants to keep the stigma on Trump as long as possible. Look, he has not been an objective judge. I was in the courtroom when he behaved like the character in Taxi, looking at a distinguished lawyer who was looking at him and saying, "Are you looking at me? Are you talking to me?" No, the judge wants to act completely unjudiciously, but you can't hold him responsible. That gives immunity to certain people for certain actions. So why say that some people are above the law and others are not above the law? Either they're all above the law or none of them are above the law. And my answer is that the law gives immunity. That's part of the law. So the president isn't above the law when the Constitution demands him to give immunity for actions taken during his presidency.
Glad we got smart people like you to be able to say that. Governor Pataki.
Well, Rita, I'll tell you exactly why he's doing this in my mind. What are we talking about? Instead of talking about the tremendous appointments the president-elect has made, we're talking about Judge Mershon and a criminal conviction that was ridiculous. And the longer he can drag this out, keep it in front of the press, the more damage he tries to do to President-elect Trump. I don't think it's going to succeed. I think the American people understand this was a nonsense case from the beginning. Clearly, the Supreme Court has made it a completely unjust decision. And so I think we should just look to the future of what the president is going to do, and that gives me great cause for optimism.
Well, it gives me a cause of optimism. Let me tell you what gives me cause for pessimism. The lawfare is still going on. It's against the lawyers. The 65 Project is still going after every lawyer who ever defended Donald Trump, including me. I'm not worried about it, but it's costing me, tens of thousands of dollars to defend against frivolous charges that are being brought against me and other lawyers for having defended Trump, having questioned the use of voting machines without any accountability or transparency. We should be encouraging those kinds of legal challenges. But the 65 Project says we want to deter lawyers from defending Trump. It's McCarthyism, and it's going to continue into this administration. There's nothing that the president can do about it. The Congress can do something about it. Congress should conduct hearings on the 65 Project. Find out what their sources of funding are. Find out who's behind them. Find out if they have any connection to the Democratic Party or the White House. All these things are fair game for congressional investigation. That's what checks and balances is all about.
Well, Professor Dershowitz, thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for your wisdom, and God bless you, God bless America, and may the world survive. Thank you so much.
You too.
And right now, let's take a break, and we're going to come back with Charlie Gasparino. And go woke, go broke. Let's take that break.
Your heart, it's gotten you through a lot. From your first kiss to your first grandchild. So when your heart needs exceptional care, trust the experts at White Plains Hospital. Our team performs state-of-the-art arrhythmia treatments, complex open heart surgery, and now the most advanced minimally invasive heart valve replacement procedures. So our patients get home sooner or to wherever their heart takes them. White Plains Hospital, among the best hospitals anywhere that just so happens to be here. A member of the Montefiore Health System.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Do you know you are kicking in your mommy's tummy before you were born? What? I just learned at school that babies move and kick before they're even born.
No wonder we're so good at soccer.
Hello, I'm Renee Boharski, the director of Pro Life Across America. We know that conversations about right to life have become very heated, even angry. We stay away from that political phrase. We're non-political and totally educational. We don't scream or scold. Instead, we help people working through unplanned pregnancies know their options. We're here to help both mom and the baby, and we rely on people like you to help with our mission. Please call 1-800-366-7773. Check us out on Facebook, YouTube, or at ProLifeAcrossAmerica.org.
A baby's heart is beating 18 days from conception.
Nearly 1.3 million New Yorkers are struggling to feed themselves and their families. If you have an abundance to be thankful for, please consider partnering with the WABC Foundation and St. Francis Feeding the Hungry. Last year, we fed over 10,000 families, and this year, we're looking to do more. If you live in New York City, go to your local Gristedes or D'Agostino and make a contribution with the cashiers to support the hungry. Go to WABCRadio.com and click on the Giving Turkey to feed the hungry this holiday season.
5 minutes. 5 minutos.
Recap of the day's biggest stories.
Yep. 5 minutos. Fancy tomatoes. Police.
Well, we're back. With us today is Charlie Gasparino with his
Charlie Gasparino.
Go broke.
Do you know Charlie Gasparino? Charlie Gasparino. Yep. What's up, Charlie? Delivery.
If they don't like what the Fed does, they can do something different. And
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love. See you tomorrow. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you, David. Thank you, Ray Shelley.